weekend.
I've been sleeping on this chair and I have not eaten anything.
While across the country, intense heat and smoke from those Canadian wildfires not letting up.
I can't even see everything like 5 feet past me.
So when can we expect some relief? Now's got your forecast. Plus, by the book, Jenna goes one-on-one with best-selling author Colleen Hoover.
I write because I have to. I think it's my therapy. It feeds my soul.
What the wildly popular writer is revealing about her own story and how a Christmas gift from her grandma led to her worldwide success.
I was researching how to get a document onto a Kindle.
And playing with fire. Fall Out Boy releases a new twist on Billy Joel's iconic song, We Didn't Start the Fire, picking up where the artist left off.
Captain Planet, Arab Spring, LA riots, Rodney King, deep fakes, earthquakes, Iceland volcano.
We'll hear their take today, Thursday, June 29th, 2023.
Watch me.
We're visiting from
Spring Lake Park, Minnesota, San Jose, California, Buffalo, New York,
Phoenix, Arizona, and Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Here's for our 10th birthday from Oregon, Illinois, and from Riverview, Florida.
It's our 5th anniversary.
from Alexandria, Kentucky.
This is my graduation present.
Celebrating my mom's 60th birthday
From Dayton, Ohio.
Just married, and we're honeymooning at the Today Show.
We are back 8:14 with a rare, in-depth conversation with the top-selling author in the U.S., Jenna. Who else has the exclusive interview this morning?
Oh my gosh, y'all, I fell in love with her. Colleen Hoover is a publishing phenomenon. Get this, last year she outsold J.K. Rowling, Stephen King, James Patterson, and John Grisham combined. We sat down at our Book Bonanza charity event in Texas to talk about her unexpected rise to literary superstardom.
I write because I have to. I think it's my therapy. It feeds my soul. I think I would be writing whether anyone read what I wrote or not.
Author Colleen Hoover says she didn't set out for fame, but her love of writing helped fame find her. Hoover dominates the New York Times bestsellers list, once claiming 8 of the top 10 paperback spots simultaneously. She sold more than 16 million books last year alone, even outselling the Bible. Her legions of fans, so dedicated, so passionate, they call themselves cohorts.
I have read almost every single book written by Colleen Hoover.
It's currently 1:11 in the morning. I just finished Hopeless.
Take me back to your childhood. When did you know you wanted to write?
Since I can remember. My sister, who is about 3 years older than me, learned how to read and write before I could. And I was so jealous because I'm like, oh my gosh, you know how to do that. I want to know how to do that because I just had all these stories I wanted to tell. And I was just super excited to learn the alphabet. I was very disappointed that I didn't get to write my first story the first day of kindergarten.
Years later, when she attended Texas A&M University Commerce, she was already married with children. She put her dreams of writing aside to study social work, a more practical career to help support her 3 sons.
We were very poor. We lived in a single-wide trailer house. We didn't have a front doorknob, but we lived a great life. We just struggled a little bit financially.
Colleen never let go of her passion and began writing again just for fun. But then at Christmas in 2012, a beautiful accident changed everything.
We'd bought my grandmother a Kindle for Christmas. I was researching how to get a document onto a Kindle and came across Amazon's self-publishing platform. And I was like, oh, I could just load it up here and then she can download it.
4 months later, Slammed, the story she planned to share just with her family, landed her on the New York Times bestsellers list. Were you surprised?
Yes. Astonished.
Now with 25 titles to her name, including Verity and Ugly Love, Hoover's romances and psychological thrillers are emotionally gripping. Her most popular novel, It Ends With Us, centers on domestic violence and is loosely based on her mother's life.
My mother and father divorced when I was 2, and one of my earliest memories was him throwing a TV at her. She was able to get out of that relationship. And then from then on, I just remember growing up with a mother who was so strong and independent.
It's a book that people really care about.
Yeah.
I think people that maybe have been in hard situations feel seen.
It's been very heartwarming to read how my mother's story has actually given strength to other women to be able to leave their situations.
The story is now being adapted into a movie starring Blake Lively. The cohorts are having a lot of opinions
about the
what
movie.
Blake Lively's wearing. Did that surprise you?
It does. It really does. When I wrote the book, it wasn't about the age of the characters. It wasn't about what they were wearing. It was about the message that I wanted to get across. And I think the people that are doing the movie are doing such a phenomenal job.
Shining a light on domestic violence is one way Hoover uses her fame for good. She also hosts her annual Book Bonanza charity event in her home state of Texas. Book Bonanza is wild.
It's so wild.
How can you explain it to somebody that's never been here before?
Comic-Con, Disney World. The lines were insane this morning.
Thousands of readers from all over the country come to meet more than 200 authors at the sold-out event. Hoover started the nonprofit back in 2018. It has since raised more than $1 million for different charities.
That little girl who was mad she didn't learn the whole alphabet on day one of kindergarten, if you could say one thing to her about what life is like now, what would you say?
You are going to be so happy. So happy.
Wow, that's nice.
Oh, okay, I know. She's from a little town in Texas, which I've actually been to, right outside of Sulphur Springs. And she just has really done some things for publishing that you wouldn't believe. But now she's like, okay, it's not just okay for me to have this. She wants to lift up other writers. And by the way, Book Bonanza raised $220,000, split between the Michael J. Fox Foundation and Reach Out and Read. And we have to mention, and all the cohorts already know this, Colleen's latest suspense novel, Too Late, is out this week.
Okay. She's amazing.
She's incredible. I loved her.
What a great story.
A powerhouse.
And also, we're going to talk more about this coming up in our show.
We sure are. We are.
And you can watch the full 30-minute interview on today.com.
Jill's Steals and Deals is sponsored by Wells Fargo Credit Cards. Credit cards made for the way you live. That's real life ready.
We are back with Steals and Deals, and this morning we've got some great ideas for enjoying the summer with your family and friends. Jill Martin Brooks, our lifestyle and commerce contributor, is ready to walk us through these bargains. You can get in on them too if you race to scan that QR code. Hi, Jill. Good morning.
Good morning.
You got some stuff I've never seen before today.
Yes, all are triumphant and all will help you host your perfect party. So let's start with that brand a lot of people love. It's called Nork, and it's, you know them for their silverware, but they have these amazing cups. So the Eco Stem glasses, it's a set of 6. The retail is $60. So these are fun party in a cup.
Yeah, I
Fill
love
them.
that.
Yeah, so it's a set of
Great
6
for outside.
reusable glasses that the brand says is sustainable, eco, and earth-friendly, 100% made from plants. The brand also says they're break-resistant, dishwasher safe, so great to have kids
love
around
that.
if you're by a pool. Choose from a multi-mix set or all one color, so you do you, as you would say. This is an exclusive package just for Steals and Deals from the brand. So the retail is $60, the deal $30, 50% off.
Love that.
That's great.
I like how you can mix and match too.
Now,
Cute.
this you will love because you can take it from and choose which ones on today.com from the stove to the centerpiece or from the freezer to the centerpiece. The Nambe entertaining pieces, the retail $50 to $150. There's 10 different ones to choose from. They're so beautiful. From serving bowls with lids to white porcelain bowls, something for every table. Again, you can chill these in the fridge or freezer to keep things fresh and then just serve them. And they're so beautiful. They really act as a centerpiece. So these always sell out fast. The retail $50 to $150. The deal price $22 to $75, up to 60% off. And now that you're a chef, you can bring something to someone's home
this is
in the
good
beautiful.
for like the backyard, so the bugs don't get on it
right.
or whatever.
No, these are really beautiful. Okay. So I'm a water pusher. I'm always like, hydrate, hydrate. And this one's great because it's the Water Drop 34-ounce glass or stainless steel bottle. Retail $39 to $42. Leak-proof bamboo. Stainless steel is vacuum insulated. Meant to keep your drink cold for up to 24 hours or warm for 12 hours. Comes in lots of great colors. And it's great because you know which one's yours depending on the sleeve.
Yes.
The retail $39 to $42. The deal $19 up to 55% off. It has a handle. Great for hiking or for any trips or just to keep around. All right. This is trending right now. The Lano Lips Lip Balm Bundle. The brand says globally, one is sold every minute. What's great about this is a lip balm, but it has over 101 uses, hence the name. Dry lips, elbows, nursing minor cuts. I put this everywhere on your cuticles. Yep. It's amazing. The 101 Ointment Multi-Balm Coconutter is the original ointment infused with coconut oil and vitamin E. So it's really that everything fits in your purse. Retail $44. Deal is $21. That's 52% off. And you get the bundle there.
I put it on my nails.
Yeah, everything.
Nails get kind of gritty and gross.
Then this is great because this is just a really simple way, an elegant way to up your wardrobe. The golden thread hoop earrings retail $90 to $125. Cubic zirconia huggies come in yellow gold, rose gold, and white gold. There's also different sizes. You see the CZs here. They're also waterproof and tarnish free. So a lot of people ask, can I wear them in the shower? You can. The retail price $90 to $125. The deal price $20 to $25, up to 80% off.
That's great.
Great gift. And this, another triumph. I mean, who doesn't want underwater pictures and video? The 4K waterproof VistaShops digital camera set, retail $139.95. Really cool. This can capture all your adventures, 20 accessories. The brand says it's waterproof, shockproof, and dustproof, and records in ultra-high definition 4K resolution. Has a hand-wrist remote control. You can even download the app to see the video. So up to 100 feet, 4 hours of continuous video. The deal price $38. That's 73% off.
I love it. You really got something for everybody here. Will you run through the products one more time?
Yes, the Nork Eco Stem Set, the Nambe Summer Entertaining Pieces, the Water Drop 34-ounce glass or stainless steel bottle, the Lano Lips Lip Balm Bundle, the Golden Thread Earrings, and the VistaShop 4K waterproof all-digital camera set.
Okay, if you want to start shopping, you can scan the QR code or go to today.com/deals. By the way, Today does make a commission for purchases made through our links. Thank you, Jill Martin Brooks.
Thank you.
Coming up next, the amazing Dr. Joy. If you are craving connection, don't go anywhere. Her life-changing tips for building friendships and growing new ones just ahead. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Welcome back. Loneliness is something that a lot of people struggle with. According to the Surgeon General, about half of adults are lonely. So we decided to bring in an expert for tips on making new connections, ways you can be a good friend, and how to let your loved ones be there for you, too. Dr. Joy Harden Bradford is a licensed psychologist. She started Therapy for Black Girls. It's an online community dedicated to mental wellness, and she is the author of a new book. It's called Sisterhood Heals. Dr. Joy, good morning. What a perfect title, because it is about the people who you have in your community. One person once said that you are the sum total of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So choose your 5 wisely.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's so important. And I think it's really important to think about how healing happens in community. You know, shame is really one of the biggest obstacles to us connecting and healing. And when we are in community, when we're hearing other people share their stories, it makes us feel a little less alone and know that we are not alone with anything that we're experiencing.
There is that feeling, you're right, because everyone's got something inside them that they're ashamed of. Every single person listening has it. And sometimes you might go your whole life and never say it out loud.
Right.
But it does take a safe place to say that thing out loud, and it's important to find that, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, there's nothing that we are the only person experiencing, and we really just want to be seen. You know, it reminds me of these viral videos that are going around of little kindergartners graduating, and like they're walking into the auditorium and looking for their people, and they're kind of sad until they see like mom or dad, and they light up, and that never goes away. Like, we never grow out of that wanting to be seen and connected with in that way.
Well, finding community is something that's important, but some people who are lonely either have had friends, they've moved, or maybe friends have passed away, or maybe they got divorced and they used to have a friend group and they no longer do. How do you begin again? How do you find that connection again?
Yeah, so that's really important. And I think one of the most important things we can do is really to look into the backgrounds of our lives, because sometimes there are people in the background, maybe the mom you see in carpool every day, or the person who sits next to you in yoga. And you can take a little bit of effort to say, hey, do you want to grab a smoothie after yoga? Or do you want to grab lunch after we drop the kids off? And that might be somebody who becomes important to you at some point.
And also, I feel like you enter a room or a space with your own kind of vibe and energy. And some people are closed off and saying, well, I'm not meeting anyone, I can't make any new friends. But if you look at how they are entering a room, it would be hard to approach. You have to be an approachable person too, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And in my work, I have found that we often are one of 4 different types in our circles. What
are the 4 types?
And so we are either the leader, the wallflower, the peacemaker, or the firecracker.
Which one are you, by the way?
The leader.
Oh, yeah, I had a feeling. So once you know your role, do you attract others who are in that role, or do you tend to, you know, if you're a leader, do you attract a wallflower? How does it work?
So I think all of the different types can mix together, but it really is about how you show up. So if you're the leader, for instance, you might be the one who's organizing all of the events, but that also may mean that you become resentful because other people are not stepping up to plan that. And so it is as much about how you show up, but also how people can support you.
I love what you're doing, because community is important. Some people say they have community, but they have a community online. How do you draw the distinction?
Well, online communities are incredibly important. You know, I don't want to dissuade people from making very important connections online, but if you can move that into real life, then I think that is great too. That really does help to deepen the sense of connection.
Yeah, well, you've got such great advice. Dr. Joy, thank you so much. Your book is full of great ideas for people who are looking to make connections. It's important. It adds to happiness. It's called, beautiful title again, Sisterhood Heals. And it does. We know that for sure. All right, guys, over to you.
He made that smoker. Oh,
yeah, that's the best.
He's a welder.
Hey, can some grill dads just hang out for a little bit?
I know, come on. A lot of hard work this morning. We got some great food coming up here, Craig.
Some inspiration for your 4th of July menu in just a few moments. But first, this is Today on NBC.
We're back with today's food and plenty of time, and that's a good thing because we are in grilling season now. We're at the 4th of July almost here. We've brought in the experts, America's favorite grill dads, Mark Anderson and Ryan Fay.
These two are the authors of the best grilling cookbook ever written by two idiots. I'm not calling them idiots, that's actually the name of the book. And you know them.
That's awfully mean, Craig.
No, it's the name of the book.
These guys are like family to us.
The name of the book, that was their name. And you know their mantra, if they can do it, you can too. Mark Fay, two of our favorite guests on the show.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having us.
So, chicken and steak. Let's dive right in. Carson's going to pick up the steak.
All right.
We'll start with the chicken.
So, barbecue chicken doesn't have to be just good. It can be great. Yeah. And the way that you make it great starts the day before. So we season the day before, and the salt actually dry brines.
The dry brine.
And then you put it in the fridge uncovered. So we're doing a little bit of sugar, a little bit of salt, and some pepper, and we get both sides. And what happens is when you put this in the fridge uncovered, the skin dries out.
Crispier skin.
It's like breaks like glass.
Oh.
And the salt denatures the protein so that it relaxes, so it's juicy and tender. So it's seasoned all the way through, crispy skin, super juicy. It's the best way to go.
And you got a whole chicken here. Martha taught us how to spatchcock a while back.
We love getting the whole chicken because it can become this, and then you get to grill every part. And the best thing is every part of the chicken cooks at a different rate. Okay. So if you break it down and cook it like this, you can take off each piece when it's done.
Okay,
so let's talk about the sauce.
So have you guys ever seen Gordon Ramsay break down the chicken blindfold?
Oh, yes.
He breaks down a whole chicken blindfold.
We can do that. And we have pictures in the cookbook, by the way. All right, so here we go. Our barbecue sauce.
What's your base?
Ketchup.
Okay.
Wow. Brown sugar.
Brown sugar.
We've got, this is the key. We love a lot of tang, so we're doing apple cider vinegar. A little water just to get the right consistency, and then
what is that?
Ancho chili powder. It's going to give you good color, and it's going to give you a little bit of fruity heat. It's great.
What's the word there, C. Daly?
I usually add 6 Tums to that too.
And then a little bit of honey.
Just a little bit of honey. Okay.
Yeah, and you're just going to cook this on medium for about 10 minutes until you get a good consistency that will coat the back of the spoon.
Okay, so
all right,
we've dry brined our chicken. How long are you going to grill that once we throw it on?
So we always go by
on the piece, right?
We go by temperature, not time, right? So the white meat we're going to cook to about 160, and the carryover heat is going to bring it up to 165. And then you want to hit 170 on the dark meat so that the fat's rendered. It's going to be great.
That sauce is fantastic, dude.
Dude, the apple cider vinegar is key.
The sauce is fantastic.
Oh, you're welcome. I made that.
And by the way, you want to put the barbecue sauce on when there's only a minute or two left on the chicken.
Why is that?
There's brown sugar and honey in here, and it will burn to a crisp before the chicken is cooked. And the other thing too is you want to taste the chicken, so you don't want to bury it in barbecue sauce. So we actually go pretty light.
Do you throw some more sauce on after that once you take it off?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Are you guys done? Because we got steak to get.
I mean, seriously.
Go.
Can we go now?
By the way, the other key to that, keep the skin on.
Oh, yeah.
Stop taking the skin off a chicken.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so angry about that.
We're so angry. It's like, can I get a witness?
No, my
seriously.
Let's see your steak.
Yeah, she does.
You got to keep the skin.
I got skinless, boneless chicken breast. I'm like, I'll start.
Cool. I'm going to order a pizza.
So this is a cut of meat that we were just talking about.
All right,
it's not that popular here in the States, but it's gaining its big in Latin America.
Exactly, in Latin America for sure. And you know, this was actually made famous in Brazil. If you've ever been to a Brazilian steakhouse at Churrascaria, they have big swords and they stick this meat on there in 3 sections, and then guess what? You shave it off at your table, take it, boom. That's called picanha. Culotte is another name for it, or as you said earlier, the sirloin cap. So
the rib cap,
the rump cap. The rump cap. So this
is kind of at the butt, and they leave.
What'd you say?
They leave the cap on at the butt of the cow.
Of the cow.
And they leave the
butt.
fat cap on, which makes sense to me. Why would you ever cut off a fat cap in a piece of meat? Would you?
Never, because it insulates it and actually helps it cook evenly. So never cut off the fat. Not to mention, if you are into that, you can eat it because it literally melts in your mouth.
Why isn't picanha more popular in the States?
You know what? I just think it's one of those cuts that really wasn't. It was a cheaper cut at the time, and so they really didn't use that at the butchers. They kind of chopped it up and put it in other stuff. But this has become really, really popular.
What are you doing to it? Just like a normal steak?
Salt and pepper. That's it. Just a little bit of that. Here's another thing. You got to bring this out and let it set for an hour. Just let it set. Comes up to room temperature.
Right.
Don't worry about it. Nothing will happen.
The meat itself.
The meat itself. Yeah. And now we're going to make what's called our red chimichurri sauce. Now you've seen chimichurri sauce, bright green, beautiful, herbaceous, all that.
That's right.
This we're going to use roasted red peppers. Really simple recipe. We're going to put in chipotle peppers and a little bit of adobo sauce here.
I love where this is headed.
We've got some olive oil.
This is a deviation from the classic chimichurri.
It is a deviation, but a beautiful, really peppery, earthy. We put in some vinegar, red wine vinegar. I've got some crushed garlic. I'm going to put some ancho chili powder in here. Obviously some salt, and then your herbs: fresh oregano, and parsley.
But this isn't necessarily a marinade for the picanha. This is a sauce.
This is a finishing sauce. You got it. This is actually what they do later. Yep. We're gonna pulse this a little bit. Magic in television, it works. It's on now. There we go. And pulsing it. All right. Great. Now we're gonna go ahead. Carson, you want to throw this on because I think this makes more sense.
We got our own grill. Gotcha. Thank you.
Go for it.
We have our tasting table
right in the
over
middle.
here too, guys.
Right in the middle.
Okay.
So we've got charcoal hot on both sides of this steak. We don't want to cook it direct, okay? You want to cook it indirect heat, right? We've got 1 minute. All right. So we're gonna go ahead and cook that. What you're gonna get is low and slow. You bring it to about 130 degrees. Take it off. Let it rest. This is called the reverse sear method.
Love it.
You've done that a bunch.
That's how I cook steaks.
Cook steaks.
Let it rise to about 140. Then put it on the direct.
Exactly.
Let it go.
Sear it real quick.
Couple minutes each side.
Exactly. This has already been seared. Now here's another really important piece.
I want to watch you cut that.
All right. So you're going to see these grains here.
Yeah.
This is a really important one. You have to cut against the grain. Those muscle fibers are long. You want to actually cut them so they're short, which means it becomes tender. This is exactly how we do it.
Chicken. I love that red chimichurri.
Both chicken and
You like that?
Yeah.
All right.
I think it's with the red.
And that's it. You
This is
finish.
stuff we cook all the time, but it's never as good as when the grill dads are here. And they do it. They cook with tender love and care.
We do.
And a lot of beer.
A lot of beer and tender love and
That's why
care.
it's so good.
Speaking of which, have you seen my beer?
Mark, Faye, thanks so much. These
I'm bringing
recipes
it.
are at today.com/food.
What's the word over there?
Delicious.
Really good.
Love it.
All right, guys.
Cherry is crazy.
Put it on everything.
Great.
Well, we are back with much more of Today on this Thursday morning. Grill Dads, thank you, thank you, thank you. But first, your local news, the weather, and these.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, it's worth coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage? Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Anal stop with us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
I woke up smiling on my face. No care, no trouble in my way. The sun is shining where I go. That's how I know. Yeah, that's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
This morning on the third hour of Today, still stranded. Airlines struggling to get back up to speed after a rough few days. More than 5,000 flights canceled since Monday. So what's it going to mean for the busy holiday weekend? We're live with the latest. Plus, we're flipping out because gymnastics icon Simone Biles getting ready to head back to competition. When will we get to see her fly high again? And the big question, is she gearing up for the Paris Olympics? And then later, Hollywood history up for sale.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
From Marlon to Maverick to that mask, we're getting a look at some iconic movie memorabilia that's hitting the auction block. And Fran Drescher, live in Studio 1A, talking about her new limited series and looking back on The Nanny 30 years later. Today, Thursday, June 29th, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third hour of Today. The whole gang is here. I'm Dylan, Al, Chanel, and Craig. I mean, every single day we're talking about
the weather.
The weather and the flights at the airports that are being canceled, delayed. So we're obviously counting down to the holiday weekend. Our fingers are crossed for sure that the airlines are ready.
I mean, it has been a difficult week for anyone who was flying. Even as the weather cleared up, airlines still canceled more than 1,000 flights yesterday. And now, of course, we're heading into the holiday weekend that the TSA says could be a record breaker. So let's bring in NBC's Tom Costello. He's been following this story for us all week. Tom, this is obviously a getaway day for a lot of people heading into July 4th. How are things looking?
improved from yesterday. That's the headline. We're now looking at about 400 cancellations at this hour and maybe about 1,000 delays. It's all about United, guys. It continues to be all about United Airlines. You know, they canceled 26% of their flights yesterday. At the moment, United has canceled a total of 11%. And these are the airports most affected. They're all United hubs. Newark Airport, 6% of flights canceled as of right now. That's for the day. Denver, 5% of flights canceled. Houston, 7% of flights canceled. The bottom line is United got behind. They're still trying to catch up. They insist that they are going to be making progress today and through the next couple of days. But it's more of a United story right now than anything else, and it's about trying to catch up after getting behind because of the weather and staffing issues.
Tom, the airlines, obviously, weather they can't do anything about, but what are they trying to do now in spite of the weather to get things back on track?
So United has reached out to all of their off-duty flight attendants because their staffing issues, it was really a flight attendant issue. They got behind because of the storms. Flight attendants timed out. They couldn't work anymore, and then they're out of position. So United is offering triple pay to any off-duty flight attendant to come in and help. And guess what? Money talks. And they had a lot of flight attendants answer the call. So they are staffed back up or getting close to it today. They think that they're going to see an improved day. But this is still a United story, at least for today.
Paying people actually work.
Yeah.
People
You
will
don't
show up
say.
to work if you pay them well. And Tom, there was a scary situation actually down in Charlotte yesterday. What happened with this plane landing without its nose gear?
Yeah, that's right. This was a Delta Airlines flight, Atlanta into Charlotte. And as they were approaching the runway, keep the camera up for just a minute. I want to express how this happened. As they come into Charlotte, the nose gear on the obviously the nose of the plane wasn't coming down. So what did the pilots do? They came in like this. They came in kind of and landed on the rear landing gear, and then they slowed the plane down, bled off the speed, and then landed. So now you can see the photos and the videos, and you'll see this thing literally skidded to a stop on the runway. Beautiful work by the pilots. Nobody injured on board. Everybody got out by the emergency exits. That's standard protocol. And Delta says, listen, our pilots train for all eventualities, including this kind of eventuality where the landing gear, the nose gear doesn't come down. Thankfully, no fire, no injuries, and everybody eventually made it on their way.
Wow. Can you imagine being on that plane, though?
Well, not only can I not imagine it, anytime there's a situation like that and the flight's in trouble, the man or woman who takes out their cell phone and is shooting the cabin.
Everybody else was like this.
Right, and someone's like, I should probably video this.
Well, but kudos to the crew, the pilots and the flight attendants who got everybody.
Thanks, Tom.
Tom, thank you. Unfortunately, the timing isn't great, but we continue to have the problem with the smoke from these wildfires in Canada, and it's just a mess. The Midwest really getting hit. Take a look. This is Chicago.
Wow.
I mean, that's Chicago. Now we go to Indianapolis.
This is
and look
right
at that.
now.
This is live. This is live right now.
Oh.
And now look at Pittsburgh live.
What?
You can't see downtown Pittsburgh.
Should you be able to see it in that picture?
You should be able to see it. So that's it. And the air quality map show just the big problem. 110 million people at risk. Unhealthy air, reduced visibilities, a big problem. It is very unhealthy in Pittsburgh, unhealthy in Roanoke, Knoxville, Chicago, Detroit. The good news is it should start to clear out late today into tomorrow. But in the meantime, we got 71 million people under some sort of heat alert or advisory from California all the way to the south. In fact, California is getting ready to get started with a possible heat wave, especially Southern California.
Do we know if they're closer to containing those wildfires?
No, these are going to. I mean, this is going to burn all summer. So depending on the wind directions, this is going to be a problem for our country.
Because up in Canada, it's happening in remote locations.
There are these boreal forests that are in really rural locations. So the usual protocol is to let them burn out.
Right.
But it started a month early, the fire season. Normally, this doesn't happen until mid to late July.
Normally, we have a southwest wind.
Yeah.
You don't get this kind of.
I have to be honest, you guys talk about these things, but for a lot of us and the average Joe, I think people underestimated how close we're connected, all of this, and the
well,
weather.
the folks out west have been dealing with this for years.
Absolutely, but folks
we're all
from the
dealing
east
with
and
it.
Midwest, yeah, right.
All right,
Anyway.
let's talk about that other big story that everyone seems to be chatting about this morning. A big surprise from 7-time Olympic medalist Simone Biles. The gymnastics legend says she's back. We're now learning that she plans to return to competition this summer. NBC's Kaylee Hartung live now with all the details. So, Kaylee, I think most people are wondering, is this an Olympic tune-up? Does this mean she is going to be in Paris?
It sure looks like she is testing the waters, Craig. As Simone Biles has dominated gymnastics for nearly a decade. It's been about 2 years, though, since we have seen her compete. But now, let's say it, the GOAT is officially back.
Simone Biles is poised to mount an Olympic-sized comeback. For the first time in nearly 2 years, the most decorated gymnast of all time is scheduled to compete again at the U.S. Classic outside Chicago in early August. It's a highly anticipated return after the 4'11" powerhouse stunned the world in 2021, withdrawing from most of her events at the Tokyo Olympic Games after suffering from something known in gymnastics as the twisties, a mental block that causes a disconnect between the brain and body.
Almost looked like she got a little bit lost in the air, which I've frankly never seen her do.
Biles saying the emotional toll of the Olympics, not a physical injury, prompted her decision to pull back on the sport's biggest stage.
Physically, I feel good. I'm in shape. Emotionally, that kind of varies on the time and the moment.
She used her platform on the global stage to highlight the importance of mental health.
I have to focus on my mental well-being, and that's what I did.
You sure did. That was brave.
Thank you. It was hard working 5 years for a dream and just having to give it up. It was not easy at all.
Shortly after the Tokyo Games, the stress Biles was under became more clear when she testified before Congress about the sexual abuse she and countless other gymnasts suffered from former USA Gymnastics doctor Larry Nassar. Biles telling Hoda about the immense weight she carried.
Because I love this sport so much, but it's hard. I'm sorry. And I don't think people understand the magnitude of what I go through.
Though she's taken much of the past 2 years off, she's never given up on the sport she loves, headlining the Gold Over America tour with other high-profile gymnasts. And earlier this year, she married Green Bay Packers safety Jonathan Owens.
And I'm so happy I get to love you forever.
Now as the 2024 Games in Paris approach, hopes are flying high that Biles can go for gold again.
So get excited for the U.S. Classic. It's in about 6 weeks. And let's put this into perspective. If Biles does in fact compete in the Paris Olympics next year, she'd be 27 years old, which would make her the oldest athlete to compete on a women's U.S. gymnastics team in 72 years, guys.
Wow. That's probably all Simone Biles needed to hear right
Wow.
there.
And she can do it.
Kaylee, thank you. Thank you for that.
Wow.
You know, Tarico was on earlier, and he was talking about the likelihood, and he made a really, I thought, salient point. Like the greats, whether it's Tom Brady or Aaron, they don't like to leave on anyone else's terms.
Right.
They like to leave, and you know, considering how she finished in Tokyo, I'm sure there is a part of her that's like, you know what, you're not going to remember me like that.
And if there's a new challenge to beat, you know, being the oldest person in gymnastics in the Olympics, I mean, I just think that's a new thing to strive for.
So does she get like special dispensation or something? Because you know you got Suni Lee, you've got Jordan Childs.
It's a stacked squad. But as folks who love a good storyline, having Simone Biles in Paris,
wow, couldn't ask for better.
That would be a great story.
I'm going to come back now to do the shot put.
With your bionic elbow. I mean, yes, you would have an advantage.
Got a brand new shoulder there.
Yeah.
All right, ahead in our Consumer Confidential, how to protect yourself from cyber scams. In fact, there's some new ones out there, like a fake email. It looks like it's coming from the real HR company at your job. It's working. And then later, from Top Gun to Top Bidder, a first look at some iconic movie memorabilia that's about to hit the auction block. This could be in your living room, perhaps.
Does that come with fava beans and a good Chianti?
We'll be right back.
this morning in our Consumer Confidential, how to protect yourself from cyber crimes. As technology is advancing, well, of course, scams are advancing as well. In fact, the FBI says people lost more than $52 million last year alone because of phishing scams. So, here to tell us how to defend against those phishing scams, a cybersecurity expert and CEO of Fortalice Solutions, Teresa Payton. Teresa, so good to have you back.
Morning.
You know, here's part of the problem is it seems like now it's harder to tell the difference between what's real and what's a scam. So maybe we start there. I mean, how can we even tell?
No, I mean, it's hard sometimes even for me. And this is what I do for a living. And so a couple of things. What's happening with the access to artificial intelligence, generative AI algorithms, it's allowing cyber criminals and fraudsters to actually think about a search engine meets a librarian and put them on steroids. So now you have these cyber criminals who can actually create these very well-crafted emails that seem so convincing, and they can do deepfake video, deepfake audio, and photographs. That's why you're seeing so much more fraud.
Let's give people some specific examples. This one grabbed my attention because a lot of people are taking time off, obviously, for the holiday, for the summer. There's a scam, and it may involve your office. Talk about this one.
Yeah, and so basically something saying, hey, don't forget, this is human resources. You have to put in your vacation time before you go on vacation. You have to have your leave approved. You have to do this now. As a matter of fact, I got one of these social engineering messages that's saying my CEO needed me to do this right away.
And you were like, I'm the CEO.
I am the CEO.
Oh, wow.
So a couple of red flags there to look for. One, somebody tells you to do something urgently.
But what are they asking you to do? If I put in my time off, how does that, are they getting into my computer?
They then ask you to put in your address, maybe your social security number, maybe your date of birth. So they're trying to get your personal information.
Got it.
And so slow down.
Yeah.
Pick up the phone, call human resources.
Yeah.
You know, just ask a few questions before you click on that link and type in your personal data.
Okay.
With vacations coming up, a lot of people renewing their passports, but even something as safe as that, you think, can be a scam.
You know, so people know that the passport office is behind.
Big time.
It takes a long time to get your passport renewed. And some people are a little anxious about that, so they want to go to an expediter service. And yes, there are legitimate ones, but it's hard to know the difference. People are getting emails saying, click here, you can expedite your passport or check on your passport. Again, designed to try and get your personal information or get into your computer, as you mentioned. So a couple of things to be thinking about there. One, look at your U.S. passport offices around the country and see if there's one close to you. You can do an in-person appointment and oftentimes get your passport the same day. Those appointments are hard to come by.
I was just about to say, because I have a girlfriend who's going through it now. You call that 1-800 number, they don't even answer it now because they're so backlogged. But you're right, you have to go actually and have an appointment.
Call your congressional office or your senator's office. They sometimes have a process. I've had to use it before to expedite your passport process. And then do your homework. You can go to AAA or other travel companies and ask them who they recommend.
Okay.
Now, I wouldn't have even thought about this, but you can even run into trouble booking hotels or vacation, things like an Airbnb or a rental car. What do you need to look out for?
Yeah, so a couple of things. One, when you look at the property's image, even if it looks like a great image, go to your favorite search engine, and most search engines have a reverse lookup on an image, and you can see whether or not that image is associated with another property. That's usually a red flag to look for. Another is, did it just suddenly appear as a listing? That might also be another red flag. And then maybe consider sticking to things like, if you're going to be renting a place and you're not doing a hotel, VRBO or Airbnb or some of the other well-known, again, do your homework, talk to AAA and try to find the right company that's best for you. Also another red flag. Sometimes you tell people, I'm going on vacation, I got this great rental, and you name sort of the rental company you're using. Scammers will see that on social media and then demand payment outside, pretend to be the owner and demand payment outside the platform. Never pay an owner outside the platform and use your credit card because you have more consumer protections.
Great really quickly, any recourse if you get scammed?
It's very hard to basically catch the scammer. So if you are scammed, a couple of things. Hopefully you use your credit card, report it to your credit card company. If you used another form of payment, report it to them. If you are a victim, especially if it was something you did online, go to the FBI's website, which is ic3.gov, and report the fraud there. They may not be able to work your specific case,
Sure.
but you may be helping other people not become a victim.
Okay. All right. Teresa, thank you. Great tips.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on. Be safe out there.
All right, coming up next, we are not in Kansas anymore, Chanel. Studio 1A is now a full-fledged movie museum. See the pieces of Hollywood history that are now hitting the auction block. Then later, some genius hacks in Shop All Day, like the little gadget that makes cleaning your wine glasses a breeze. We'll be right back. This morning we have some pieces of Hollywood history right here in Studio 1A. Some iconic props from films like Top Gun and The Godfather are hitting the auction block. Here to tell us more is Studio Auctions co-founder Brad Teplitsky. Good morning to you, Brad.
Good morning. Brad. You know you have to have your white gloves on.
I'm not going to touch it.
Okay.
I know. That's my plan. If you guys follow me on Instagram, you know I'm from Kansas, and I've got Dorothy in my office. A picture of her, at least, Judy Garland.
Well, now you
I was going to say, you're going to have to let her out at some point.
I know, exactly. Maybe I can have this in my office. How much would it cost me?
It would be a few dollars.
Is this really the actual house that they use in the movie?
That's right. There were one of three. Three of them are used, and this is one of three. And two of them didn't survive production.
This was the tornado scene.
That's right. The twister scene.
There's the house.
Oh, right there. I didn't realize it was so tiny, Brad.
It is.
They're not going to
Yeah, no, they had a full-size house.
I honestly, as a kid, because I was probably 7, I think I thought it was
really
a set
cool.
and that they did some kind
No, not at all.
That's amazing, though.
It's this size, and this was the one of the three that was used in the
I
filming.
looked at it, says it's starting at $50,000.
Wow, that's right. That's right. But we think it'll go up to about $300,000 or $400,000.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the starting bid, right?
That's just starting bid.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Can't
All
get
right.
it that cheap, unfortunately. But if
Yeah.
you look
But
at the level of detail, it's incredible.
amazing.
Chanel, you
don't
should get
find
this
that
for your
today.
house.
I know.
That's right.
Then I'll climb inside. All right,
It's just about the scale for you.
Exactly. What about
so
this
hear
one?
about this. This is beautiful. I mean, Tom Cruise, Top Gun, the original Top Gun.
The original movie, and it has all of the original patches from filming. It's the first time we've ever come up with a flight suit from Top Gun with all the original patches that we've seen at auction.
And what do you think this will go for, roughly?
Oh, more than $100,000 for sure.
Just a weird question, Brad. I don't know if you can even tell me. Where do you guys get this stuff?
Private collectors, other auction houses.
Okay. So it's not like this house was in someone's garage and they.
This was owned by one person for over 40 years, and I don't think he kept it in his garage.
Wow.
So tell us about this next one.
Oh, good.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
If you could.
make you an offer you can't refuse. This was Marlon
Good
Brando's.
shape. This is in good condition.
This was his personal tuxedo. He was such a big star that he refused to be fitted for a new tuxedo, a new costume. Whenever you do a film, you make a new costume for the actor or more costumes, a few of them. This was the only one that was used. It came from his personal collection. And
Look at the peak.
This was the opening scene.
that's right. And it's screen matched.
That's amazing.
So you can tell that it actually was used by Marlon Brando. Comes with a letter from Marlon Brando as well.
How much do you think this will go for?
Oh, that's hard to say. It's starting at $50,000, and I think it could go for $300,000 to $500,000.
Yeah, that's just
I think it would look great in a man cave.
Yes.
But it might
Something
end
to
up
brag
in a
about.
museum.
Wow.
All right, so this is actually really cool. This is one of the original
phasers.
That's right.
From Star Trek.
That's right. It's my favorite piece. I love Star Trek. And if you love Star Trek, you want to have a phaser.
Here's the scene.
This belonged to Nichelle Nichols.
Like, she actually owned this.
That's right, she did. And she was terrific.
Oh, my
and it's been
goodness.
authenticated by the foremost expert on Star Trek props, Greg Jean.
That's
I like seeing where it's worn down and, you know, like all like just, it's really just cool.
What's the price of that? I'm looking now.
60K,
I'm
baby.
looking
At
at
least.
Starting at 60, it'll go for about 150.
Now, this is
That's
my
pretty
favorite
cool.
piece
Yeah,
today.
be careful
Of course
with
it would
that.
be.
That's Silence of the Lambs.
That's probably has some juju in it.
Where has this been sitting for the last several years?
With the private collector as well.
Look at
this
that. I
one.
mean, he sold
And it's iconic.
Yeah, he did.
It's menacing. You know, when they created the mask, they had to make sure it did justice to the character.
Yeah.
And this did. I think they succeeded.
Wow, at 40,000, does it come with Chianti?
That's good.
You know what it is? It's so haunting.
I think it would be a great gift for Halloween. Anyone care to
I'm
try
not
it
a
out?
collector, but for people who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on these items, what do you do with them? Do you just kind of keep them in a case, or?
Some people just store them away, and some people put them in their office, their home.
It's pretty cool.
wild.
That's good.
Are you a collector as well, Brett?
I am.
Yeah.
a
What's your best
collector.
piece?
Oh, wow. I think the phaser.
Oh, you have one.
That's right.
Oh,
This
okay.
is mine, actually.
Oh,
Really?
you buried the lead.
Wow.
Drop that mic right there.
There you go.
All right, Brad, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone.
All right.
This is fun.
Just a reminder, the auction for these items goes live online on July 15th.
All right, when we come back, Shop All Day Solutions. Problem-solving products like a game-changing pillow there. Pillow you don't want to snooze on. Then a little bit later, Fran Drescher, live. You want to do your impression, Al? We're going to talk to the real Fran Drescher.
You sound much better.
About the nanny and
Looks better, too.
her new Southern accent. Yes, you heard that right. Third hour of today, right back after this.
We're back with a problem-solving edition of Shop All Day. Smart and simple products that will come in handy around the house. So here to tell us more is Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post.
Hey, Chass.
Scan that
Chassie.
QR code to see all of these picks. Good morning, Chassie.
We have some really cool solutions.
I can't figure out what this is.
Okay,
Yes, this is really
look
cute.
at this fabulous thing, right?
Okay.
We wonder, what is it? Well, it is a reusable lint roller. The most stylish one you've ever
That's
seen.
like the fanciest
And
thing I've ever
this,
seen.
I know,
Oh,
isn't
it
it
works.
great? And this is
Where's the
this
sticky part?
really
This.
interesting sticky
Oh, yeah.
adhesive material that keeps it stick. So
That's
check
cute.
it out. You just roll it
Yeah, it's a lint
over
roller.
clothes or furniture. It picks up crumbs, pet hair. But the coolest thing is, once lint gets on this, you take the ball out and you run it underwater in your sink.
So you never need a new piece of tape.
No, and so you can use it again and,
And it
again
looks
and again.
cute.
I know how you beat me to it. I knew that was
How do
coming.
it know?
How do it know?
How does it stay sticky?
It's just fabulous material.
these questions.
It's magic.
I know.
It's magic.
And under $10, and you can throw that in your bag.
Super cute.
A two-part pillow. What's the deal here?
Al, this is so cool. This is called the 10-in-1 Flip Pillow. It's
Oh.
by sharperimage.com. And it makes sleeping or hanging out so much more comfortable. And check out what it can do. 10 at least different positions because you've got this sort of triangular shape and an attached lumbar shape. So look, let's say you like to sleep and you need a raised position, you've got a wedge. Let's say you need a backrest. You're going to watch TV or read. Here's how I've been using it. I tested it at home. Do you ever put a pillow underneath your knees?
Oh, yeah.
So it feels so good on your back, right? And then, you know how else people use it? If you like to read on your tummy, you lean over, it supports your arms.
You can use it to hold tacos.
Yes, that too.
I'm having tacos
And
tonight.
guess what? We've got 2 different sizes, sort of the larger, and a 30% off discount just for Today's Show viewers.
Wow, that's great.
I know, today
it's
30 with
comfortable, too. Sturdy,
really
right?
comfortable.
Now, what's Chess, this wine wash gadget, you're speaking my language here.
Yes, this is unbelievable. So we love nice wine glasses, right? But I hardly ever use them because I think I have to hand wash them because the dishwasher, it's like a storm, right?
It's like a storm.
Not anymore. So this little thing, it's called the wine wash, and you attach it to your wine glass.
Okay.
Then you attach your wine glass directly to your dishwasher.
Allow me to demonstrate,
Yeah,
please.
look at that. And then you just, you attach it to the side. So it's like a little supportive arm that
so it doesn't flank around.
Allow me to demonstrate.
See?
There we
Nice,
go.
Craig.
There we go.
Yeah.
It seems a little close to the other one.
It's so cool. And when I put my
You need a
wine
lesson in
glasses,
loading the dishwasher.
right? But without one of those things, my wine glasses get filled
clank
up with
around.
water. They break.
Yeah.
It's a disaster.
I love that we brought a dishwasher
I know.
into the segment.
It's genius.
Isn't that incredible?
This is genius.
Thank you.
What is it?
It's like a pair of helping hands.
Yes, it's a personal assistant
this
in the
Genius.
kitchen. Because how many times have you tried to, put leftovers in a plastic
Yep.
bag by
Yes, dump
yourself?
them in.
Can't do it.
Impossible. Spills everywhere.
Yeah.
But this little rack here, you just stick your baggie right here, and it's adjustable, so different sizes.
Oh my God.
Guess what else?
Where's this been?
I know. They were telling me back in the kitchen. Let's say you want to marinate chicken. But, right, but then you don't want to zip up the bag after touching the chicken.
There it is.
Hands free.
How much? How much?
Under $49.99.
$9.99. It's $9.99.
$10 for a set of 4.
And look how easy it is to reach in and grab a carrot.
Right?
Look
Look
how
at that.
easy it is. Look at
And then,
that.
like, if you're prepping a lot of lunches for kids, you just. It's
This is great. I
So
like this.
cool, right?
Okay.
All right.
Makes the food taste
Last
yummier.
but not least, this stuff
something
is
I
so
need.
good.
Where's that?
Swear?
Showerless shampoo.
Showerless shampoo. We've heard of dry shampoo, but showerless shampoo is the next big thing.
What's the
and
difference
It's
between
a dry
dry
shampoo
shampoo?
How does it work?
alternative, and it actually cleans your hair versus just absorbing oil, according to the brand. And it's so easy. You spray it in, you brush it through your hair, and then you take a towel, and she'll show us here right there, and you towel dry your hair. And the formula is designed to remove dirt and sweat. You know, like if you go to the gym, you're like,
Absolutely.
do I really want to go to the
somewhere.
gym and then I got to wash my hair?
It's an
Not
excuse.
anymore, right? So it
be good for
actually
your
cleans.
dog.
Yes.
No.
Actually,
Why not? I can see that.
You
It takes
do
out the
it.
oils
You don't have. It's so much easier than showering
Good
because
idea.
you don't need to rinse. There are no suds. There's no residue, and
Actually, not a bad idea.
30%
By the way,
off. This
no
is another-
parabens, no sulfates, no formaldehyde.
Really
Okay.
great, and we get 30% off
Boom.
for today's show viewers.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thank
Chelsea.
you so much.
Fantastic.
You can purchase all of these items by scanning the QR code at the bottom of your screen or go to today.com/shop.
That goes in the dishwasher.
Trying to get a scent.
When we come back, Fran
It does smell
Drescher.
good. It smells
Fran Drescher. Fran Drescher. Fran Drescher is live in Studio 1A. We're going to hear about her return to the screen and take a look back at her classic sitcom, The Nanny. Then later, go forth and party. Get it? Make some DIY ideas this best 4th of July ever, and your whole family can get involved. We're going to show you how when the third hour of today continues.
This is pretty clever.
This is How Do It Know?
This morning, we are catching up with a TV legend.
It's hard to believe it's been 30 years since Fran Drescher first played everyone's favorite nanny. The hit show aired on CBS for 6 seasons.
Well, now Fran is back. She's back on the small screen in the Lifetime limited series V.C. Andrews' Dawn.
She plays dramatic actress Agnes, a boarding house manager with a tough set of rules.
Well, it's 9 o'clock at night. Can you explain yourself?
Explain. I was at school. I stayed late to work with my piano teacher. Why are you talking like that?
Because I am auditioning for Streetcar, so I have to stay in character, because I am a woman of the world, young lady. Now, why don't you tell me where you really were?
Just where I said I was, Agnes.
Blanche.
Fran, good to see you. Good morning.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here.
So is this the first time you did a Southern accent on camera?
I do believe it is, actually. You know, when they offered me this role, I just loved that she got to do so many different colors to her character. And it's a very suspenseful kind of limited series. So I think my character gives a little bit of energy to it in a comedic way.
Yeah.
As Fran Drescher always does. I mean, this is your introduction into this author V.C. Andrews universe, which has quite the following, as you know.
That's true.
Were you aware of the popularity before
I was
you signed
very
up?
aware of Flowers in the Attic.
Okay.
And this is kind of the continuation of that. So what, happened to the girl that was in the attic, and that's who Dawn is. And of course, I play the woman who runs the boarding house, but I'm also a frustrated actress. And I feel like I have to do what her mean old grandmother says. So, it's got suspense, it's got forbidden love, it's got ghosts, it's got all kinds of
things.
Everything.
Yeah. All the things. I should ask you, you're president of SAG-AFTRA, and the union is currently in negotiations with the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, which includes NBC Universal. But the current labor contract expires tomorrow. Are you hopeful there will be a resolution?
Tomorrow night, yes. Well, of course. I mean, I go into it with, we've been in it for weeks now with great hope that we'll be able to arrive at an equitable agreement. We're not going to settle, though, that's for sure. It's a very different industry from the way the old contract was reflecting. And with streaming and digital, it's really, really important that it become restructured to complement what it is now. And I feel a great responsibility for the largest entertainment union in the world.
How do you balance? So first of all, is there? I guess there is a chance, and then it could be extended past tomorrow's deadline.
It could be if we feel like there's enough there, and we feel strong enough that we can finish it. Rather than go on strike. Yeah, of course, there's always that. And but we did have an unprecedented turnout of members saying, we grant you permission if you feel like they're not budging. We want them to budge. And we want to be honored for the contribution that we make to this industry. So it's difficult. And with the Writers Guild on strike, too, we support them completely. It's a very collaborative art form, as you guys well know.
Sure.
And everybody needs to feel honored for their contribution and compensated.
Yeah. And, hard to believe, though, Fran. I mean, you talk about, the old days. The Nanny, 30th anniversary.
Yes, I know.
How does that feel?
I'm completely in gratitude that we're still talking about it. People are still obsessing on it. It's really more relevant today than ever. It's on Max streaming. It's on Cozy on cable, and people still love it. It's all over social media, and I could not be more grateful. It allows me the opportunity to speak around the world. I mean, I just got back from Paris, and Peter and I were counting how many different travelers from different countries all over the world stop me in Paris to say how much they love the nanny.
That's great.
And so it's really wonderful. I mean, I'm having the first Fran Drescher Masterclass Health Summit in the Hamptons on July 29th, which is the first time we're doing it on the East Coast. We usually do it on the West Coast. It's an incredible, life-changing day of learning. And to be able to do things like that because the nanny has such popularity, have a platform to speak on the things that I'm passionate about is priceless to me, really.
Well, we're so glad you're here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all. I appreciate it.
The limited series VC Andrews Dawn begins Saturday, July 8th, 7 Central on Lifetime, and you can catch Fran in part 2 on July 15th.
Busy lady. All right, when we come back, it is party time. We are going to make your 4th of July celebration pop with the cutest kids and some red, white, and blue decor you can DIY. We'll be right back.
They've already been eating candy. All right, we're heading into the 4th of July weekend, which means it is time to celebrate. And we have some ideas to make your party sparkle and pop with some help from lifestyle influence Shannon Doherty herself. Shannon, always good to have you. You bring great DIY tips. Let's start with a table. What are we doing here?
So easy ideas with things you can do at home. You know, I love helping you with those. Centerpieces. Grab some mason jars. I did extra large ones. Put them in water and then add some blue food coloring. One drop. It looks really
so
cute.
pretty.
Yeah. Red and white flowers. And I did some pinwheels, so if it's windy,
Thank you.
instant party decor.
Those are
and
cute.
then as a table runner or tablecloth, I grabbed some bandanas. These are actually my grandmother's vintage bandanas. And you just tie the ends together.
Oh, that's clever.
It's so easy. Looks really
and
festive.
what are these little, the snap, crackle, pop?
Every
these bracelets?
Yeah, so
Oh my gosh, I used
every
to love
party
these. Remember
needs
these?
party favors, right?
Who
So
doesn't love
for
a
4th of
snap
July, get some glass bowls.
about those.
Label them snap, crackle, pop.
That's cute.
Snap for your snap bracelets.
That's cute.
Crackle, we make some family-friendly sparklers.
That's cute.
And pop, bubbles.
Oh, that's
so
cute.
fun,
really
easy
This
to
is
play
all
with.
the rage, remember?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And then if you want to make an easy banner, I actually made this popsicle garland out of pool noodles.
Oh, that's cute.
And popsicle sticks.
And you don't even
Very
have to glue
easy.
them together. You just stick them on the stick.
Cute.
Easy way to serve food at your party. The hostess is always like trying to serve the ice cream.
Yes.
It can be hard. Pre-scoop it night before.
Oh, and just
put it in
freeze it
your
like
freezer.
that.
Freeze it, and
good
then
idea.
use muffin trays.
Oh, I
for
see.
all
And then
the
you can
little
just take your
condiments.
little snack.
Take it right out.
That's really cute.
Easy.
Muffin
And I love
trays
for the
always
4th
work.
of July to display it in a wagon.
Oh.
I mean, we use our wagons in the parade, put some decor around it, throw your drinks in there. So it's your cooler. Easy and cute.
That is
All right. We've enlisted your kids, Colton and Lala.
Yes.
Colton.
Hi, guys.
Colton's 7.
Yes.
Lala's 9.
7 and Lala's
I hear
9.
your whole camp is watching. Can we give them a big wave?
Here's some easy crafts to do at your party. Make your own flip-flops.
Oh.
Lala is showing those. Just grab some flip-flops and some tulle with stickers.
So cute.
Easy. And Colton's doing the family-friendly sparkler.
So you get like a straw.
That straw, aluminum foil. You wrap them right around. You fill them with confetti.
Oh, and you just wrap it around.
Just wrap it around.
And then-
So you wrap it around the top, and then you break them open, and the confetti comes out.
7 straight.
Okay, fun. fun sparkly party game.
Well done.
And
By the way, Colton didn't waste a shot.
He doesn't waste a
Didn't waste a shot.
And lastly, the best part, you need a party game. Guys, do you want to come show?
Come over.
Yay! These potato sacks out of pillowcases. The kids helped me make them. And you can have a fun family party game.
Oh, that's
Craig,
so
get in there.
cute.
You know you want to raise them. You know you want to raise them.
Fine.
We are having a fun race that
All right, whoa, hang on now. All right, wait, kids, give me a shot.
This is not gonna
Give me a chance.
No, it's gonna be good.
Get set, go!
Come on, Craig.
Roker,
And your legs are bigger.
you did crush me. I love that he talked trash at the end. We crushed you.
Like a kid who talks smack. Way to go.
I'm your model. How cute are these?
Aren't they adorable?
Those are nice. Shannon, thank you.
I'm ready to
Lala,
so
Colton,
much.
thank you. Thanks for kicking my butt.
Happy 4th.
We'll be right back.
That's not coming on because I don't.
Oh, we can replay it that fast? Yeah. We can replay it that fast.
Tomorrow on the 3rd hour, music superstar Karol G is here live to perform.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, and just like that, star Karen Pittman.
Folks, have a great Thursday. We'll see you back here tomorrow, hopefully.
That's a
Great day.
Hopefully.
Oh, you never know. People help out. I don't take it for granted.
Today, one of the newest stars of Sex and the City universe, Karen Pittman, is here. Plus, Jenna catches up with the best-selling author of more than 20 novels, Colleen Hoover. And what was the big surprise that got Oprah so excited? We're shouting about it.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna. It all starts right now. Hi guys, welcome. It is Thursday. It is June the 29th. Welcome. We're happy to see you.
We're very close to 4th of July weekend.
We are so, I mean, people are confused. When are the fireworks? Sometimes they're the Saturday before the 4th. Sometimes they're on the 4th. Sometimes they're Friday.
Or Sunday.
You just have to go to your local municipality and ask them when are the fireworks.
I don't know that you've ever said municipality on this show before.
Okay, so let's get to it because you sat down for an interview that this person has not, she rarely grants interviews. Does she ever?
I don't think very often.
I don't think I've ever seen her. Colleen Hoover, who is a famous author for people who don't know. But I didn't realize you listed, if you added up, John Grisham.
It's John Grisham, James Patterson, J.K. Rowling, and Stephen King. She outsold them combined.
This person who started late in life. So tell me about Colleen Hoover.
First of all, so I went down to Book Bonanza, which is basically like a romance book wild party.
Oh God, you're crazy.
It was really fun. So I went there and but what she did is she said, you know, growing up, they didn't have very much money, but they always, she has 2 sisters. They always wanted to give back. So she was, you know, first published in 2012 by 2018, they had the bandwidth to give back. And they said it was like the first thing they did. So she and her sissies worked together, which I love. Her very first memory is of her father throwing a television at her mom.
Oh, geez.
In an abusive relationship.
Oh, God.
And some people said, well, why does she write about that so much?
Right.
Does it glamorize it? But it's like, when that's your first memory,
yeah,
that's what's in you.
Terrifying.
That's what you're going to write about. Anyway, it was her first memory, and she said her mother is the strongest woman she knows. She got up, she left her dad, and every memory since then has been beautiful. Because her mother chose to leave. And I just thought, and I got to meet her mom, who was the loveliest.
Oh my God.
And I just think, like, you know, sometimes we don't realize decisions we make or don't make and how they impact our kids.
I think a lot of people in terrible situations like that, abusive, don't feel like they have an exit ramp because they're thinking, how, I don't know, we don't have any money.
Yeah, we
kids.
don't have.
So what's my other option? I'll either have to make this work, or you can understand.
Yeah, totally.
And also the courage it takes to probably leave with nothing.
But didn't you love that? It was my first memory. And then everyone since then have been beautiful because of my mom.
And Colleen, when she was a young mother,
She was a social worker.
Yeah.
She said, you know, she wanted to write since she was a little girl. She said she wrote her first book, and I was like, was it sexy?
Yeah.
You know, because her
of
books
course.
have that. She said, no, I was in kindergarten, but she wrote her first book, and then hid that dream.
Put it away,
inside of herself, because she had 3 boys. She got married really young. She knew she needed to support her kids and her family, so she went into social work, which that is sort of her heart anyway.
Yeah.
And it kind of helped her prepare for what she would write going on. But she hid this dream away.
Yeah.
And then she went and started working with all these women who encouraged her to start writing at night. And in 2012, she gave her grandmother a Kindle for Christmas.
Yeah.
And so after Christmas, she figured out how to self-publish this book that she wrote for fun, for herself, for her family, so that her grandmother could read it on her Kindle.
Oh my God!
But it wasn't like she thought anybody was going to read it. And then you know what else she's done that's amazing? All of the women that worked with her in the job as a social worker when she worked, for the state, she hired.
Oh my God!
So she was talking about her boss, and I said, "Wait, she's still your boss?" She said, "Yeah, I hired her." So that she goes, "I know what I'm good at. I know what I'm not." And I got to meet all of these women, and she's just...
But to think about, like, sometimes when you get past the point where you think your dream it missed its opportunity.
Yeah.
And yet to think that it was just like, I'm going to put it on Kindle. Oh, wait, there's a way to self-publish. Oh, let me do that so my grandmother can read it real quick. And then...
And you know what she also said? She has a lot of imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
I mean, she says that.
Wow.
She would say, I couldn't believe it. Like, she didn't believe that she had hit the New York Times bestseller list, and with that book, she didn't tell anybody because she wanted to wait to see it in the paper because she thought it was a
Couldn't be
prank.
true.
When she got Time
Wow.
100, even though she's outsold all these things, she thought it was a prank. But she said, and I never thought of it this way, she said, I actually am okay with a little bit of imposter syndrome because it makes me better. I want every book to be better than the last.
Okay,
Anyway,
by the way, you have a whole conversation with her,
Yes.
which we're going to have later in the show, which I'm dying
Yes.
to hear more of. By the way, I want to say way to go to our girl Simone Biles, because Simone announced after nearly a 2-year hiatus, she is going to return to gymnastics to compete. She hasn't said anything about the Olympics, but she is getting back in the ring.
Isn't that amazing?
I kind of... Look.
So August 5th is when she's going to be competing in Chicago, right?
Here's the thing about a professional like Simone. Simone's been being a gymnast since she was 6 years old.
Yeah.
So that's the thing she knew. And then suddenly and abruptly it stopped. And probably not the picture-perfect way she would have liked in Tokyo.
Totally.
Right? And sometimes, I think Tirico said this, Mike Tirico, sometimes you want to end your career the way you want to end it.
Yes.
You don't want it ended in a way that wasn't your favorite
On your own
ending.
terms.
Yeah. So Why not?
But you know what else is so great? Like you said this, and it's so true. She's now married. She's in gymnastic terms because she's only 26, but that's a little bit older. It's like there's less pressure, maybe.
Yes, they're not waiting because I still remember in Tokyo, it was like beating the drum.
Yeah.
Simone.
No, I know.
I kept wondering, how's anyone going to withstand this kind of pressure?
Totally.
You're on every poster, every time you move. How's she going to do? What's in her head?
Yeah.
You know, if someone was saying that to you, no matter how professional you were, it would be really difficult. But now, if people say, well, you know what, she's 26.
Yeah.
We wish her well. Good luck.
Yeah.
This could be like her moment.
Oh my gosh, we're excited. Okay, do you know who can make everything and anything exciting? Oprah.
Our girl Oprah.
Yes. You want to check out proof? Here it is.
Whoa! I love a beautiful charcuterie! Wowzer, dowser, dowser! Wow, this excites me.
Wow.
What is happening? Wowzer, dowser, frowser.
That was a pretty huge charcuterie.
I've never seen. I mean, by the way, I would freak with that too.
Charcuterie is just chopped up veggies and things, right?
I think charcuterie is the meats and the cheeses.
Is it?
I believe so.
Is it really? Meats and cheeses?
Yes, meats and cheese.
Not veggies?
Well, you can add a veggie if you'd like.
A crudité. You know what? You and your fancy lingo. A crudité.
But I agree. So anyway, our producers wanted to see if we could be as excited as
can we
Oprah
sell
is.
things? Okay, so our staff pulled some random objects. They want us to Oprah-fy them.
Oh, we have 2 of them?
Okay, come on in, Mike.
Okay. Hoda, you know you should go first.
No, Jenna, you go first. You go first. Is this are they both under here, Mike?
No, yours is over there.
All right, Jenna, sell it. Oh, this is going to be so easy. This is your favorite. This is a food group for you.
Woo! Wowzer, dowser, browser. Guess what this is? This is the cockroach of cheese. If there was an atomic bomb, guess what would survive? Not me, not you, but Velveeta. You get a Velveeta. You get a Velveeta. You get a Velveeta.
Sold.
Yummy, yummy,
Sold and
yummy.
sold.
The main ingredient of my cheese dip. Okay, your turn.
All right. Come on in, Brian.
It's a.
What is this?
I know what it is. Can I guess? Hummus and a paperclip. Oh no!
Succulent. This delicious banana just came out of my garden, Jenna. There's only one of them. When you peel it, the lusciousness from beneath the skin is unparalleled. I'm sorry. There's only one. And, well, all right. You get my banana, succulent.
I thought you were going to
delicious.
save it for Gail, but thank you.
All right, girls, move over. Hot Girl Summer, according to TikTok, it's a rat girl summer. Do you get it? No.
No, we don't. But our friend Naz Perez does. She's going to fill us in right after this. Rat girl summer.
All right, it's time to fill you in on some of the hottest pop culture trends across social media with our pal, Naz Perez.
Yeah, she
ahead, girl.
co-hosts a podcast called I Don't Get It. And she's going to walk us through some of the trends in a segment we're calling
Do You Get It?
Do you get it?
All right, we're going to spin the wheel, Naz, and then we're going to figure out if we get it or not.
Okay.
All right, let's spin it.
I'm excited.
Crew
Crudité, do you get it?
Just kidding.
Beige flags.
Beige flags. Okay, so remember the other day when you both were talking about red flags? Like when people say no, sweetie, or don't tip. Well, now everyone on social media is talking about beige flags. And beige flags are basically like little quirks that aren't deal breakers but are very annoying. I personally just feel like they're personality traits, but people are going on social media and bragging about their partner's beige flags. Like
bragging about them?
Yeah, they're just complaining, like saying like using a timer instead of an alarm, or always needing something to eat, always needing to eat something sweet after dinner. I mean, I once dated a guy that only listened to Nickelback in the car. Major beige flag.
I'm afraid that's
borderline red flag.
Yeah, that's a red flag.
Do you guys get it? And what are your beige flags?
I get it, but I don't think I'd post about somebody else's, but I understand the quirky things that bug. What are my beige flags? I think mine are some of the basics, like people who don't say thank you.
Yeah, but that's red flags.
No, what's your beige flag?
Oh, my own?
Yeah,
Girl.
No, her name is Hoda. She goes by a one-name status.
What is my beige flag? I'm sure I have a million. You have to ask people.
Other people would know that.
Yeah, how about you?
Me?
Yeah.
What my beige flag is?
What's your beige flag?
Of my own self. I mean, what you would tell me?
Hyper-competitive.
Competitive.
Yeah, that's your beige
and that's
flag.
not like
that's not a bad
thing.
Okay. What about you? What's your
So
beige
I like to work out to Disney songs. Like
You
the
do?
Encanto soundtrack is so fire to me, and nothing gets me going like Lin-Manuel.
That's hilarious.
And I could see someone being like, "Listen, you need to tone it down."
Yeah, but guess what? You put them in your earphones, and they don't need to know that.
Let's spin the wheel again.
Let's spin the wheel. I'm so excited. Oh my God, this one is so
What is this?
good. Okay.
What is it?
Okay, so we've all heard of Hot Girl Summer, right? Well, according to TikTok user Lola, we are embracing rodent energy now and declaring it a Rat Girl Summer. And there are rules to this, Hoda and Jenna. The number one rule is we are scurrying about like a rat. You have to leave your house this summer. We are not staying inside, saying yes to almost every invite you get, and find yourself in places you have no business being in. The second one is we are eating and nibbling on snacks like rats, and we are loving it. We're not trying to get a summer bod.
By the way, rats like cheese.
They love cheese.
Yes, they do.
Velveeta.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
And the third one is rats don't overthink. You know, they don't second guess themselves when they're stealing a piece of food. So we are eradicating overthinking. The term is 394 million views on TikTok. Is it? Do you get Rat Girl Summer?
I don't. Because it gives you the instant yuck vibe
Yeah,
before
I was
you
like,
start.
I don't think we should compare girls to rats. Can we think of something else?
But wait, do you get it?
I totally get. I'm an opportunistic eater like a rat. Like I feel like food tastes better when it's free. So I'm going for that potato salad this summer at the barbecue. But Jenna, I saw that you posted about Practical Magic Summer, and that's one of my favorite foods.
Did you love that? Well, my sister sent this to me. Can anybody read it?
So basically, it's about like opening a botanical shop by the sea.
It says, instead of Hot Girl Summer, I'll be having Practical Magic Summer, which is where we grow our hair long, open a botanical shop by the sea, do spells by the moonlight, break ancestral curses, and bury our blank X's in our garden.
By the way, that is awesome.
Because it was a book first, obviously, by Alice Hoffman. My sister, our favorite book. It's about kind of witchy sisters.
Yeah.
I love it.
We find ourselves.
Okay, so we get Practical Magic
We get it.
Summer.
Yeah. You get it too.
Okay, should we spin the wheel?
Yes, let's
spin it.
All right. The Grimace Shake. Okay, this one is so good, so on brand for me because I love McDonald's. So McDonald's, they have the latest food trend that is sweeping the internet. They are celebrating their beloved character Grimace's birthday, and they introduced the Grimace Shake. It doesn't really have a specific flavor. People are guessing it's some sort of berry, but it's totally going viral online. Gen Z is making videos, you know, trying to guess the flavor, reacting to the treat. Should we try it to see if we get it? Okay,
let's. Mike brought a
Thank you,
Grimace
Mike.
Shake.
Wow, they're purple.
They're purple,
just like Grimace itself.
Should we cheers?
Yeah,
sure, cheers.
Cheers. Here we go.
Okay, what's the flavor?
And see if we get the hype.
Berry or something?
It tastes like berry cereal milk.
It tastes like cereal milk.
Cereal milk, right?
Is that what it's supposed to be?
I think.
Do you know what this reminds me of? Remember when people everyone used to eat inside McDonald's? Like I had my birthday at McDonald's.
Oh yeah, and remember the indoor playground?
Yes.
Did you get to play there?
Yes, we all did. It was like a thing. This is like so nostalgic.
By the way,
okay, well, thank you, Naz. And you can catch
So good.
Naz on I Don't Get It wherever you get your podcast.
Coming up next, we love her as Naya on And Just Like That. We cannot wait to catch up with Karen Pittman coming up right after this.
Pittman has been busy these past few years, starring as TV producer Mia Jordan alongside Jennifer Aniston and Reese Witherspoon in the hit drama series that we love, The Morning Show.
She's also back for season 2 of the Sex and the City spinoff, and just like that, she plays Naya, a Columbia law professor navigating the dating world after separating from her husband. And sometimes things can get a little awkward. Take a look.
Pardon my reach. I just gotta.
Oh yeah, sure. Of course, yeah. Hell. Shouldn't you buy me dinner first?
You know what? I really think we got it, and we're running over, so I think we can just wrap it up.
Copy, if you like. Oh, okay. Let me just get it right here. There it is. Were you serious about that dinner?
What? Oh, no, I was just joking.
That's too bad.
Oh, you gotta go on that dinner.
Did you go?
You gotta go on that dinner.
You have to watch episode 3. I'm not gonna tell you. It's out tonight. It's out today. You can watch
By the way, that was very steamy, that little clip you showed us.
I mean, we get our mics put on every day, but not like that.
We don't know what that's all about. Wow.
All the sound guys are gonna be like.
Well, before we get to that whole entire series, which we love, we have some breaking news just out this morning about the other show that you're on, The Morning Show.
The Morning Show premieres on September 13th, Wednesday, September 13th.
So that's the premiere date.
It's a lot of pics out there. I mean, we've talked a little bit about it. It's, sensual, it's romantic. We're having a good time this season.
You are.
The ladies are.
Who's Hoda? I'm just kidding. Is she Jennifer Aniston or Reese Witherspoon?
None of the above. So it must, but this show really did catch on. Yeah. I mean, we're into season 3. Were you surprised that it's hard to get renewed season after season?
Actually, and we're renewed for season 4 for The Morning Show, which is very exciting. I thought the material was original. Yeah. It's exciting.
Yeah.
I was so thrilled that everyone really enjoyed it. In season 1, Emmy nomination, Golden Globe nomination, we've had SAG nominations. And so season 3, we have a new showrunner, Charlotte Stout. She is keeping the story buoyant and fun and light, but also what people love about The Morning Show is that it's a drama, and we really go for it.
And spicy. Okay, we've got to talk about your character, and just like that, you're getting a divorce or going through that.
Separated right now.
Separated. Yeah. Is that a kind of a fun role to play, to be out there?
It is, because Naya is very kind of straight-laced, and she's a professor, and this season she kind of gets a little wild, she gets a little freaky, as only Sex and the City can get, And I think that there's something wonderful about seeing this woman, brown skin with braids, natural hair, living in Brooklyn, but reflecting this woman that we know, all of us know here in New York City, so well. So it's great to bring her to life.
I love that, and I love all of the kind of the storylines now for women in their 40s and 50s.
Yeah.
I just feel like that used to be a thing. Like, what do you do with a 40 or 50-year-old woman in Hollywood?
Right.
It seems like we have found our place.
Right. I think that's true, and I think a lot of it has to do with the women who are running these stories. Yeah. Executive producers, Sarah Jessica and Cynthia and Kristen and Reese and Jen on the other show, Mimi Leader. They've welcomed these stories, welcomed me into the storytelling, and I'm really thrilled to be there. I'm learning so much from these incredible women that I have the privilege to talk to and witness and be produced by every day.
It's so much fun. You just posted this photo of yourself, and you said, as long as she likes me. As long as she likes me, I'm good. Oh. That's such a beautiful sentiment.
I can't cry on Hoda and Jenna.
Yes, you can, girl. We do it every day.
But what does that mean? Why?
Well, I think I posted that at a tough time when I was really trying to figure out, as you elevate in this industry, sometimes it's not so easy to, you're not liked all the time for making decisions and having opinions and voicing those opinions. And I try to stay centered with what I think the little girl in me would want to see happen, and so that was really speaking to that moment. But also, I live my dream every day. I mean, being here even is a kind of a dream for me. So I try to stay in touch with the little girl in me all the time.
That's such a beautiful
By the way, you have such a beautiful, calm demeanor. Like, I think we're in your presence. Do you
I feel it?
And we were looking just back into all the interesting things you've done in your life, and one of them is you're a trained opera singer.
That's right. And but it's still,
that too?
And you're still working on it? Like, you'd still like to see?
Well, I don't sing opera anymore, but I definitely sing, and I've been recording songs in the studio and trying to figure out what it is I want to say as a musical artist.
Wow.
I did Passing Strange many years ago on Broadway, and I do sing all the time. I just haven't found the avenue to sort of explore
What is your genre now that you enjoy singing?
Oh, I love a ballad.
Yeah.
Do you know? I love a singer-songwriter. Guitar thing.
I so wish I could hear you right now. I'm dying.
I know.
We're
not going to put you on the
soon,
spot.
but very soon you
Very
will.
soon. I hope so. I mean, there'll be something out soon. I feel it.
Are you actively recording? And
I am recording right now, yes.
And and you write your?
I do write my own songs.
Wow, God, you're such a talent.
I know.
And you dance. Remember, we saw you on Insta dancing.
Okay, it's enough.
An
All right.
actress, a writer, and new episodes. Thank you. New episodes of And Just Like That are on Thursdays on Max.
Coming up next, her novels have dominated the New York Times bestsellers lists. Well, now, author Colleen Hoover shares her own story with Jenna. Coming up after this. All right, now to Jenna's exclusive interview with one of the best-selling authors in the world, Colleen Hoover.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, she's the #1 selling author in the entire country and now has a major movie adaptation in the works. It's all thanks to her passionate legions of fans known as cohorts. Take a look.
Hi, how are you?
Author Colleen Hoover didn't set out for fame, yet she achieved literary superstardom.
Colleen, I have the New York Times bestseller list from this week. Your books are highlighted. If you notice, you kind of dominate it. Could you ever have imagined this?
Absolutely not. Oh my gosh, no. My goal was to, I hope I write a book someday, and that's as far as it went.
Colleen now has 25 books to her name, including It Ends With Us and Verity, with more than 20 million copies in circulation. In 2022, she sold more books than James Patterson, John Grisham, Stephen King, and J.K. Rowling combined. Colleen was named one of Time magazine's most influential people this year, which is no surprise. She's inspired an entire new generation of readers back to bookstores.
I only got 30 pages left in this book, and this is how Colleen got me feeling. Wow!
Book talk is a crazy part of your success.
Absolutely. People ask me, like, how did you get your books to go viral on TikTok? And I'm like, it wasn't me.
Yeah.
It was readers.
I have read almost every single book written by Colleen Hoover.
Growing up in small-town Texas, Colleen always wanted to write, but she instead chose a career as a social worker, a more practical job to support her 3 sons.
Kind of got the idea of writing for a career out of my head. And so when I was 31, I started writing stories for fun, and one of them turned into a book, completely unintentional.
If you could have looked through a crystal ball and known that this is gonna be your life, what would have happened?
You know, I'd like to say I never would have written a book, because this terrifies me. Just being in the public eye, it's like nothing that was ever a goal of mine.
She self-published her first book, Slammed, in 2012. And just a decade later, Hoover's work has made it to Hollywood. Her top-selling novel, It Ends With Us, is currently being adapted into a movie starring Blake Lively.
Your fans, the cohorts, are wildly passionate about what you write, including having a lot of opinions about, what
movie.
Blake Lively's wearing, or Blake Lively.
Right.
Did that surprise you?
It does. It really does. It's like, when I wrote the book, it wasn't about the age of the characters. It wasn't about what they were wearing. I don't even think I described any clothing in the book. It was about the message that I wanted to get across, and I think the people that are doing the movie are doing a phenomenal job.
Hi! How are you? I'm good, how are you?
She's using her great success to make an even greater impact.
Okay, so here we are. There's books everywhere.
I met up with Colleen at her annual Book Bonanza charity event in Texas. It's a labor of love that raises money for multiple charities. Thousands of readers from all over the country come to the sold-out event to meet more than 200 authors.
Thank you very much.
Authors like E.L. James. She and Colleen became friends around the time her 50 Shades series rose to fame.
I was able to watch how she handled her criticism, and she handled it with such grace and kept her readers first. She's taught us all.
So sometimes you still sneak into like your local Walmart and Target and sign books.
E.L. James and I went to Target together and decided to go on the book aisle and sign our books that were in stock. And we asked this lady if she would record us signing books. She was like, is it okay that y'all are signing these random books? And we were like, oh, we wrote them. And then she freaked out.
Tell me why you write.
I write because I have to. I think it's my therapy. It's what I enjoy doing. It feeds my soul. I think I would be writing whether anyone read what I wrote or not.
And people are reading. People are reading in groves. But don't you love that? It's just like the basics of whom she is. Like, it's all in her. She writes because she has to. And she has a new novel out. It's out this week. It came out, I think, on Tuesday. It's called Too Late. And can we also say Colleen's Book Bonanza that she does with her 2 sisters raised $220,000 for the Michael J. Fox Foundation and Reach Out and Read. Every year they pick different foundations to support, but they put that on themselves.
By the way, I did not know her backstory. I did not know where she started. I did not know she started in poverty. I didn't know any of the things. And wow,
I know,
what
and
a success.
she's so
amazing.
incredible.
She's amazing.
By the way, you can watch our whole interview.
I wanted more.
I know, that's
Where
a
do you
lot.
get it?
At HodaandJenna.com.
Cool. All right, coming up next, the husband and wife team behind New York's Michelin-starred Don Angie restaurant. They share their famous Pinwheel pasta lasagna. Coming up after this.
If you have a little extra time over the long holiday weekend, we have the dish for you, lasagna, but not just any lasagna. This one comes from a famed New York City eatery, Don Engie.
Yeah, this is big. The chefs and owners behind the restaurant are husband and wife duo, Scott Castanelli. Darn it. All right, Scott and Angie Rito. Hi, guys. Good to see you.
Hi, how are you?
Okay, this is not your typical everyday lasagna. Y'all do your own thing. Tell us what makes it different.
So we present it in sort of a pinwheel
Yeah.
style. Yeah, it's made with all fresh homemade pasta.
So you actually make the pasta, y'all are
Yeah, we're going to show you really fast how to
So
do
we're going to
it.
show you kind of an easier way to make it at home in a food
You put it in a
processor.
food processor.
Okay, so what do you have in there? Flour and just...
Flour, AP flour, egg yolks, and then whole eggs.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you're going to just turn it on.
Yeah.
You can pulse it or turn it on until it becomes a ball. Hopefully this...
Wait, that's just eggs and flour?
Eggs and flour, yeah. No water, no olive oil,
Wow.
nothing. Yep.
Okay.
And it should be up. You see it's coming.
Yeah, it holds together,
There you go. And you're ready to go.
It is a ball.
Wait, and then what?
If it's too wet, you can add a little more flour, but you don't want it to be sticky. You want it to feel like
And
leather.
what happened in 1 second? Okay, then what happens?
So we're going to wrap that up, kind of let that rest, and then we can go ahead and sheet it out.
Now
So
you're
this
making
is
the
our-
filling?
Yes, so this is our bolognese sauce. There's a couple of sauces that we use here to make this dish. So we have some pancetta cooking out here. I'm going to add some sofrito of carrots, celery, onion, and
So you
garlic.
just mince that up? Is that
We
what that
mince
is?
that up in the food processor as well.
We need a
Some
food
tomato
processor.
paste.
Yeah, that's what
Yes,
we're
exactly.
learning right now.
So we're going to cook out the tomato paste.
Can I pour this olive
that
oil?
wine?
Absolutely. So this is white wine.
Oh, white wine.
Yep.
Okay, so you let that cook.
Yep. So usually we would let this cook a little, simmer a little longer, but I'm going to just go ahead and add everything
And what kind
else
of
in
meat
here.
are you using?
So this is ground veal that's been cooked, as well as some Italian sausage that we cooked out. These are pureed San Marzano DOP tomatoes.
Ooh, the good stuff.
And we're going to add some milk as well.
Yeah.
That looks beautiful.
And some star anise. This kind of brings out the savoriness in the milk.
Star anise.
I've never heard of star anise. It
interesting.
seems very fancy.
It's super fancy.
All right.
So we let that simmer for about 2 hours.
Wow.
And when
And let
it's
it come
done,
together,
it
and
looks
then-
like that?
It looks
Yes,
like this.
Exactly.
Okay, so what are these sheets? Where'd you get those?
That's what they
So-
made.
No, that is not what they made.
That's, well,
Through the magic of television.
right. That's
But
what,
that is what it looks like?
We did make them, yes. And then you just briefly blanch them in like some boiling salted water, cool them down, and they're ready to go.
Oh my
And then
gosh.
are you putting ricotta on there?
So this is bechamel,
Bechamel.
sort of a simple
Cream.
bechamel recipe.
Yeah.
So Scott is spreading that on there, and then we're
It's
gonna
kinda
go.
thin, right, Scott? You
yeah,
keep
it's like
it thin?
ice. It's like icing.
Icing.
You know,
Okay, now
then
what?
we're gonna do a little
Parmesan?
24-month Parmesan Reggiano.
Okay.
We like all
The
these
good stuff.
cheeses.
Okay.
The trick is you don't want to put it on the very top so that when you roll it, it sticks together. and then
that's
we're going to
good.
put a lot of mozzarella cheese.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at
Pretty.
that pile.
We're not shy about
Pretty.
cheese
Wait,
in our
look at that
restaurant.
pile.
You're going to spread out. This is going to feed a lot of people. though.
Y'all
This
don't mess
isn't
around,
For one
okay.
person, you know.
And
And then you're going to take a sheet on top like this.
Pretty.
Now this is
Okay,
the fun
and
part, right?
now
We're
you
going to
do
put a
it
little
again.
more here.
Oh my gosh, it's like
So
a
it's-
cake.
Exactly.
and then do you put your meat sauce right there
We're
in the
gonna put
middle?
the meat right here.
Uh-huh. How many layers? Just those two?
It's 2, but when you roll it, it looks like, I guess it kind of looks like 4, right?
Yeah, because it doubles
Yeah, it's
over.
deceiving. Exactly.
Can we watch you roll it? Because that's the
Yeah.
part
I
we've
mean,
been.
I'm going to show
you
you
guys
right now.
wanna
This is
do
the.
it?
No, we
Do it.
can't.
wanna
We
see
don't know
you.
how.
Oh, yeah.
We'll mess
And
it
we
up.
gotta, I think we have to
So
be
then to
eating
roll,
soon.
it's like this. Kind of
Pick
go
it
in.
up.
Oh my gosh.
boing.
really
Look how you-
quick.
Perfect.
Okay. That's it? And you
Okay.
pop it in the
That's
oven?
it.
And then you look. You cut
Oh
it
my God,
before
look
it's
how
in
you-
the oven.
Yes, we let it chill for a bit when it's in the state, so it's easier to slice.
you
But then
cut it
we slice it up
before.
into
Yes.
pinwheels.
Look how beautiful this
That
is.
is amazing. And then you cook it like that.
You cook it like this, The
Wow,
beautiful thing is it cooks really fast.
Really
How long
delicious.
does it take to cook?
About 15, 20 minutes.
That's
in a
it?
400-degree oven. Yeah. It's all golden brown and bubbly on top.
Isn't it good?
Oh my God. Oh, man.
Okay, for this recipe, thank you guys so much.
You're very welcome.
You can go to today.com/food.
That is awesome.
Isn't it good? I
Love
want
it.
more.
All right, true crime lovers, listen up. We've got new shows you got to see, docuseries and more to keep you busy all summer. Coming up after this. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Isn't it delicious?
All right, if you are obsessed with true crime stories like the rest of America, you're in luck because we've got hours of viewing and listening that you are going to be fascinated by.
Yeah, here with some binge-worthy picks is Rotten Tomatoes editor Jacqueline Cooley, Coley. How did I do that?
Coley, like Coley.
Just Holy. Coley like Foley. Yeah. Holy. Okay, the first up is this show on Max that's based on a true story out of Texas.
Yeah, definitely not wholly on this one. This is like down in Texas, but we're getting dirty. This is the true crime story of a housewife who takes an axe to her neighbor. And this is what sort of happens with this one. It was Elizabeth Olsen, Jesse Plums, and it's a true crime story that really sort of set off this sort of true crime bonanza in the 1970s. It's this girl goes into an affair, just decides one day, I'm going to get into an affair. And when she does, we kind of undercover, figure out that there's a lot more that meets the eye. And if it sounds familiar, there was a Jessica Biel series also around the same story. This one, however, has David E. Kelley. It's much more macabre, and people are already talking about it.
Wow, Peacock's got a good one out.
Yeah.
It's called Based on a True Story. It's crime, but it's also got some humor laced in there.
Yeah, if we started with macabre, this is pure satire. It's on Peacock. Kaylee Cuoco, Chris Messina, they also co-created and star in it. This is actually the tale of a couple who find out what happens when you true crime too close to the sun. They are seeing life is not working out the way that it should. Let's start a podcast. And then the bodies stop dropping closer to home.
Oh my gosh.
Whether you're true crime obsessive or want to poke fun at them, this show pulls no punches.
She's great, by the way.
Yeah, she's
awesome.
And we should mention that Peacock is our streaming series. It's fictional, obviously.
It definitely is on that one.
Okay, next, there's the popular true crime documentary genre, which everybody loves. What's this one about?
Yeah, this is actually a hard-hitting true crime series that really delves into what happens when you go looking for answers and don't like what you find. Burden of Proof, 1987 murder. This is the murder of this man's sister. And like the John Benet Ramsey murder, this is one where it was a big phenomenon and they don't have answers. He blamed his parents. He goes looking for answers. And in the course of doing so, he realizes that you maybe don't always want to know what happened, and your assumptions are not always true.
So did we find out what happened, or you can't tell us?
I don't want to spoil it, but I will tell you, whatever you think this series is going, it's going to surprise you, much like this next podcast that we do.
Tell us about this. Yeah, tell us about this one.
Who robs a Banksy? Like, just the question, like, who would want to steal, the Banksy, the visual artist's art? Yeah. Well, it turns out a guy named Andy Link is the person that would do it, and it was an act of trolling where he steals the statue and kidnaps it as a way to sort of call to account his issues with modern art, contemporaryism, and the artist Banksy, who has this sort of idea as the Robin Hood of art that may be deserved or maybe not deserved.
Oh my gosh, that sounds fascinating. There's one more podcast too that you love.
And this is one of those ones that shows when it has a rich true crime story, you can have many iterations. We're going to start with the podcast, Welcome to Your Fantasy. What is this? Actually, the rise and fall of Chippendales.
Oh.
And it details, it details the Chippendales, the club, and eventually the calendar, but also the gruesome contract killing at the center of it. And it was a podcast, immensely possible, completely separate. There's a Hulu show starring Kumail Nanjiani and also Murray Bartlett, and both of them are getting Emmy buzz. It just shows when it's a really rich story, you can keep it in various iterations and keep telling it, because true crime obsessives will definitely tune in.
Oh my gosh. Is there one more podcast that you love?
No, honestly, I would tell you, if you haven't seen it, it's called Teacher's Pet. This one's actually done from Australia. This one actually details the story of a true crime where they actually solve the crime listening to the podcast.
What?
Like, the podcast kicked it off.
Oh my God.
I will tell you, if you like true crime, the great part about this series is it's for folks that whether you like true crime or dislike true crime, you'll find a story that you're obsessed with. I mean, everyone listened to Serial. Yeah. The podcasts are really the ones, but these shows, they're also getting folks talking about Emmys because they love those true crime biopics.
Well, people used to ask, why does everyone watch Dateline? What do they love about it? And one of the correspondents used to say, it's not about the murder, it's about the marriage. Like, you look, it's really all the things that lead up to the crime and what could possess a normal person who sits across the breakfast table from you to do something horrible. So it's more about that.
And then all these characters, like the Elizabeth Olsen character, this was a housewife. You have these just plain people sort of getting into these very dark stories.
Oh, well, thank you. We love you. You're always so great. And we'll be back right after this.
Good job. Tomorrow, Sex and the City's Kim Cattrall tells us about her fun new series.
Yeah, plus the man behind Makeup by Mario shows us how to get that celebrity summer glow.
We will see you Friday.
Oh, yeah. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this is our conference room. Believe it or not, this was my dining table.
Is that true?
It is true.
You really are a scrappy organization.
Scarlett Johansson has been scrappy from the start, on screen, and now in business, with the launch of her skincare line, The Outset.
I want to talk about The Outset a lot. I'm here for the eye cream.
Great.
The Colin Jost eye cream,
Yeah,
as I understand it.
That's how it's commonly known as, yeah.
But let's start, if we can, with Asteroid City.
Sure.
Which is an amazing Wes Anderson film. Beautiful to look at, as all of his stuff is.
My word, it's hot.
Johansson plays Midge Campbell, a 1950s movie star forced to quarantine in the fictional desert town of Asteroid City.
You were very good in the one about the tramp in the brothel who gets amnesia and becomes a pediatrician. You were very authentic. Actually, maybe my favorite character I've ever. I don't know why nobody else liked it. Oh.
So what is that phone call like when Wes says, not only do I want you in the movie, but I wrote a part for you?
It's like a career dream goal, definitely. I was very excited to read a script in its entirety of his, which I'd never had the chance to do. And it was in the middle of COVID, right in the middle of COVID, so I was not expecting to get any calls about work. I'd sort of, just kind of had taken a bit of a pause, I guess. It was a time that felt all over the place. And so I read the script, and I play a few different characters in this film. So I play an actor who's playing an actor who's also preparing a play. So there was a lot to discuss. I had to wrap my head around.
I don't like the way that guy looked at us, the alien.
Well, how did he look
like
at
we're
us?
doomed.
Maybe we are.
As with every Wes Anderson movie, there may be no point exactly into asking what it's about, because it's kind of an experience. But how do you describe this film to people who are thinking about going to see it?
The film is really sort of exploration in existentialism. It's, I think, a film that's it's very reflective of where Wes is at, I think, in his life and career. The fact that it was written and developed during the quarantine time is definitely baked in there. It's very self-reflective, and I think it's also a celebration of creativity and the nomadic circus that actors create around themselves. That is something that I think it comes up in Wes's work a lot, that real fondness and celebration of that environment.
So how do you describe the Wes Anderson experience? It's so cool to look at, obviously, and fun to watch. All of his films are. But on the other side of it, as an actor, what does that mean? How is it different from other things you've done?
Well, I think Wes's love of that nomadic circus is really, it's also represented in the environment that he creates on set. We were very isolated in a town called Chinchon, which is in Spain, in an agricultural area. Really never left our compound where we were all staying, and this whole world was created on a watermelon farm. So all the earth and all the mountains and everything were brought in and built, this practical set in the middle of nothing and, just agricultural land. And so it was very surreal, but also so magical. I mean, it was so unique. I've never experienced, I'd say doing theater is maybe the closest thing that I could describe it to, liken it to. It's such a beautiful family that he surrounds himself with of family he chooses.
So let's talk about Midge specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You read her on the page. Did you get her right away? What did you think about the character?
I actually had to read it a couple of times. My character, Midge, is a movie star. She is beloved. She is kind of narcissistic and self-involved in I think a way that's that's very alluring and enigmatic, and she's aware that she's constantly being watched. That's just an ingredient in her life that's always there, and she doesn't mind that at all. And she's, we looked at just what actors I could kind of hang my hat on, and of that era, whose career could we emulate. And I think Bette Davis was who we both liked, and I just love her. I love her whole spirit and her vulnerability, her strength, her groundedness. Like, she feels to me, very authentic, and so that's who we kind of based her on.
So this role came to you at a complicated time for you as well, to say the least.
It wasn't initially that complicated. Initially, it was wide open and great. But as we waited for the window of time to shoot because of COVID and all the regulations, I got pregnant, and I was very happy to be pregnant. But I knew that I had this obligation to shoot this film, and nonetheless, I at some point had to tell Wes that I was pregnant, because I thought I guess this isn't going to push for as long as I need it to. And in true Wes fashion, he was so excited that I was pregnant. He said, "How long do you think you're going to need post birth?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe like, I guess 8 weeks or something." So on my 8-week postpartum date, I was flying to Spain, and with my young, 8-week-old baby and Colin. And so that was another added piece to the experience that was it was wonderful. It was so wonderful. It was challenging, but it was also completely unexpected. And, I felt so fortunate and grateful to be able to still be able to participate, and then I got to bring my infant baby to the table, and he could be held by Adrian Brody and Willem Dafoe and Bryan Cranston and everybody else. So.
The stories he will have, his earliest babysitters, all Academy Award winners.
That's right. Yeah.
Johansson's own story begins in New York's Greenwich Village, where she grew up with dreams of starring in the Broadway musicals she saw with her mother. She began to audition and landed her first film role at just 9 years old in Rob Reiner's North. After working steadily as a child actress, Johansson was thrust into adult stardom by her performance alongside Bill Murray in the acclaimed 2003 movie Lost in Translation.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to be.
I forgot how young you were when you made that. 17, you're a high school kid, basically being thrust into this world. Was that a hard thing to have that many eyes on you and to be treated now as an adult effectively after that movie?
I think just being that age is hard anyway. I felt like I was at a crossroads at that time, because Lost in Translation had come out, and Girl with a Pearl Earring, and I did some very exciting work, but then I felt like the work that was out there, for me anyway, was not, it was sort of uninspired, and I didn't know, I thought, I don't want to do work that's uninspiring. Like, I would rather do some other thing.
She found the fire again on Broadway, starring and winning a Tony Award in the 2010 revival of A View from the Bridge.
Which sort of brings it full circle, the song and dance and the performance in your living room with your family.
Yeah.
Not only to come to Broadway and do Arthur Miller, but to win a Tony Award. That must have been thrilling.
It was thrilling. Our production was so incredibly received and feel totally welcomed by this amazing community I admired for my entire life, and feel that thrill of being on stage every night and the unexpected, have that, it's so exciting and makes you feel like alive,
And then it's the same year, I think it's the same year as the play that Black Widow and Iron Man 2 come along, right?
Right.
By a twist of fate, all of a sudden now you're in the Marvel universe. So you're at this crossroads where like, I don't know what I'm doing, to winning a Tony, and now you're in a Marvel movie, and then a bunch that came after that.
Right.
What did the Marvel movies do to your career and your life, just in terms of like joining this world that people are so invested in and so many people are aware of and watch it?
Yeah.
How much fun was that to be a part of?
I didn't know whether I would be accepted by this massive fan base that was already there. It was so early days in that genre. I mean, the way that it was then, it was just the beginning. I mean, we were on the set of Avengers going, this is either going to be, we're having an amazing time with all these incredible actors, and yet we don't, this could be really awful. I mean, it's so crazy. I remember going, there's a Nordic god, we have a mutant, this like rich playboy turned robot guy, I'm a Russian spy. It was just like, this is a recipe for disaster. Somebody that's been frozen in ice and comes out. It's like, but then here we are.
So this is home.
Yeah, that's a home away from home.
When Johansson is not on set, she's here, in the offices of The Outset, the skincare company she co-founded just over a year ago.
This is our best-selling sort of trio. It's our cleanser, our prep serum, and our daily moisturizer.
I'm just realizing I don't do enough. I have no night creams.
What?
I don't have. No.
But you're on camera all the time.
I know. I need to get more serious about my career.
Well, I know.
So what compelled you to take on this challenge?
Since I was probably 12, 13 years old, have struggled with acne. And when I was younger, it was all about sort of stripping away your skin and, basically resurface your entire face. And at some point I was like, I have to kind of just stop everything and just try something else, which was just using very clean, moisturizing products and stop stripping everything away. And that's when my skin completely transformed.
So is it true that Colin is a big proponent of the eye cream?
Yes.
That's his thing?
Colin was our eye cream connoisseur. I never used eye cream before, and Colin uses it every day. And so I thought, well, why don't, since, it was during COVID and I didn't have so many people to test it on in my... Colin became our eye cream expert.
Wow.
And I got him to switch to the Outset eye cream. So.
And he looks great. He's never looked better. So youthful.
He is. He's like de-aging. It's very annoying.
Look at you. You're doing it all. And with a toddler at home. I mean, it's all very impressive.
I mean, I'm sure I left the oven on or whatever. But, yeah.
The story of Niall Horan's life is one of an Irish teenager thrust to worldwide fame as a member of the biggest group on the planet.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
Horan and his bandmates in One Direction flew to the top of the charts, filling stadiums around the world and selling more than 70 million albums.
I remember thinking, right, I've just been through the craziest thing that could possibly happen to someone.
And he was not certain about what was waiting on the other side of that dizzying phenomenon.
Scary prospect, obviously, coming off the back of the band. I just had to keep it going. I wanted to make music and just had to trust it.
That trust has paid off in a successful solo career. Horan's latest album is called The Show, a record created when he finally was forced to slow down.
So it's the summer of 2020. Take me back to that time for you. And you're trying to put out new music. You've just had your second album come out in March of that year.
True, yeah.
And you're getting ready to go on a tour. Of course, everything is canceled, except you don't have your instruments.
All my gear was locked away. We were just about to go on tour in that April. All my guitars had left my house. They were all boxed up in a lockup somewhere, ready to go to the first show. And it was just me and the piano and in the house.
So when you sat down at that piano, were you doing that to start to write a new album, or was that just something to sort of pass the time and get through this bizarre moment?
And I'm always kind of just like noodling anyway. You know, you just kind of sit down there and play around, sing some melodies, play some chords, and hope for the best. And then if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. That's when I wrote that and sung the first couple of lines, and the lyrics came out. I was like, oh, maybe this is the time now, and maybe this is the start of a record.
If everything was easy, nothing ever broke. If everything was simple, how would we know?
The Show is the title. Let's start there. What does that mean? What is the show?
Well, it didn't mean anything until I wrote the song, The Show. The lyric in the song, The Show, is basically me saying how grateful I should feel for everything. Because during the pandemic, we kind of lost all of that control that we like to have as humans. The show then became a metaphor for life in my head. Like, you know, the different acts throughout. And then straight away, once I'd written that song, I realized, all right, well, there's a title for a record. And now that title provokes thoughts, you know, that make up the different spokes of the wheel of life. And that's kind of where it started from.
There's a weightiness, or some of the subject matter is heavy, despite the sort of some of pop sound to some of it anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. There's a weightiness to it in a different way than my previous stuff. Like, I tend to be the guy that writes the breakup songs, and my last album was called Heartbreak Weather. And I've tended to be that guy, but when there's no heartbreak, the subject matter changes. And what was going on in the world, I just gotten into a new relationship, so that was good. But then there was the other side of things, where the weight of the world that was 2020 and the time I was writing down notes, you know, that's what was going on the planet. I tend to try and write with a bit of weight, but my songs always seem to have some sort of like a silver lining to them. I tend to try and have, like, as dark as they sound, I try and make them have a bit of uplift and a bit of hope somewhere along the line.
You're a big vinyl guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's because of what I grew up on.
The 29-year-old Horan grew up in Mullingar, Ireland, about an hour outside of Dublin. He was raised on bands like the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac and taught himself to play the guitar.
I probably didn't properly start playing until I was probably 10, 11 maybe. There was a guitar in the house that I was given to as a gift to someone and they never played it. So it was like this little nylon stringed, kind of Spanishy type guitar. And it was just sitting around and I would was at the start of like the broadband dial-up connection. So when everyone was not using the landline, I was like sitting on YouTube. And I've still, to this day, I never had a guitar lesson or anything like this. But
Is that right?
I would sit on YouTube, watch songs that I liked, like guys playing covers on them on YouTube, and like pause when they'd like set their fingers.
Really?
On the frets.
Wow.
And just like see where their fingers were. So to this day, I couldn't tell you more than about 6 chords.
At 16, and with no formal training, Horan was convinced by his high school French teacher to audition for the British singing competition, The X Factor.
I think you're unprepared. I think you came with the wrong song. You're not as good as you thought you were.
Despite a rocky start, the judges put Horan through, later teaming him up with Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Liam Payne, and Harry Styles to form One Direction. They finished in 3rd place, but that was just the beginning.
What Makes You Beautiful went #1 first week. And then there was a bit of noise around Europe. And we went over to Europe and it was like thousands of screaming girls in the streets of Amsterdam and Milan and, Berlin and places like this. And it was like, what's going on? We were just on a network TV show a couple of weeks ago. And then it started, a bit of noise started coming from over here. And then it just snowballed and it snowballed very fast. And the rest is history, I suppose.
Yeah. So how does a teenage boy, and you were boys, how do you begin to wrap your head around what's happening? You come from a humble place, you've got your family and friends who mean so much to you, and all of a sudden, the streets are filled with people screaming your name. How did you begin to cope with that?
Everyone was just in a state of shock the whole time. Like, looking at the first billboard in Times Square, you're like, Times Square? I've seen that in the movies, There's always a bit of like, where are we? How do we do this? I think that was what was attracted a lot of people to the band. I think it was very clear that it was 5 working class, blue collar kids who were just the deer in the headlights and are now like these worldwide known people. We have to remember, it was us, our team, our bubble around us, and we just kind of went from place to place worldwide and just kind of went along with it. If you're looking in, it must have looked crazy, and everyone's going, "You're the biggest band," and we were just kind of still having a great time and just. We always used to say like, normal people doing an abnormal job, which is a good outlook to have. Remember one of the stadium tours was called "Where We Are" tour, because we always used to be like, "Look where we are." It was literally named because we were just always like, "What the hell's going on?" Every now and then you catch yourself just like looking at each other, just going, "This is nuts!" Like on stage at like the MetLife or the Garden, or you'd have a moment every now and then. It was just like, "This is nuts." Thankfully, that's never gotten old. I love it.
You keep that wonder about you. And anybody who knows you says you're obviously an extraordinary artist, but you're a normal guy. You can sit and have a pint and jump in there and sing karaoke. Is that just your foundation, your family, your friends, just keeping grounded in all of that?
You just have to have the right people around you and keep friends and family close and don't let any infiltrations or anything like that happen. And then just be yourself. I think people can see through the BS sometimes.
As you look back on it now, these years later, does it feel like a dream or something? Or how do you look at it now as a
I think I've been able to, I think that was what was important about the pandemic for me too. It was, as I said, it was the first time I'd sat still. With that comes reflection and like just actually sitting and just going like, what's just happened for the last 10 years? This is the first time I've actually had to like think about the achievements and the tours, and the fact that I can say that we played like 2 years of stadiums is just nuts. Not many people can say that at all. And in the most humble way, I say that. So having that period to just like sit back and be like, oh my God, it nearly feels like it's like a separate life now that I'm like a bit older and a bit, you know, I've solved the world now. I'm so mature now.
You're a wise man.
Yeah,
Yes.
but I definitely have a wiser, like, and a good outlook on things looking back. I didn't lose the plot along the way. I'm not a Hollywood horror story.
Right, right.
Horan has imparted some of that wisdom during his first season as a coach on The Voice, where he won the competition with singer Gina Miles.
You are unbelievable.
How much fun has that been for you?
Oh, it's been great. Like, I was nervous going into it, you know, having come from a show like that. Right. I was like, do I want to go back into something like that? I've never mentored anyone before, but it was the best decision I made. It's so much fun.
I bet you have incredible empathy for the people on that side of it, having been there before.
For sure, yeah. I know exactly what it's like to stand there and like have your future in some famous bloke's hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm the famous dude with the future in the hand.
With 3 albums under his belt, Horan has shown he can stand alone, away from the boys in the band.
Went back to London, and I just had to trust that. I guess the biggest thing for me was I knew I could write a song. How good was the next question? I had a fan base that if I was to release something, there was a fan base there to receive in some shape or form. You know, some people would hang on to it and some people wouldn't, whatever it may be. I just had to kind of trust that I could write a song, and that if I was to release something, some people would be there to take it on. How long it was going to last, again, we never know.
You had the advantage of a built-in fan base, as you said, but also it seems to me the challenge of some people wanting to just put you in that box and say they're boy banders. That was a moment in time. You had to prove yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think there's always a level of trying to prove yourself. Like, it's so competitive out there. It's not easy to just go and like write a song, release it, and just be convinced that it's just going to do well. Like, that's never a guarantee, ever. It's still not. But there's definitely an element of, right, I'm going to put my best foot forward here, try and give everything I can in performances, be myself in interviews, and then the rest is just like up to the people. It's the great thing about music these days is that power is in people's hands. They'll make the decisions on whether you stick around or not. And then hopefully you write a good song here and there, and there's a bit of longevity to it. I've been doing it for, 14 years now. I really hope it doesn't stop anytime soon.
No, I think you're in good shape, my friend.
Thanks.
I think it's, yeah.
I've never done this behind a bar.
I know you're slinging it pretty well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like a little bit of a kick. Put some tahini on the rim. I know it's early, but whatever. Here you go, Willie.
Maren, thank you so much. I'm honored. Cheers.
Cheers.
A toast to the end of a tour where Maren Morris sold out venues across the country and mixed up her famous margaritas on the bus.
Yeah, I'm just not ready for it to be over. I wish we had done more shows.
Maybe we can add a few at the end.
Yeah,
Book
just
them here and now.
For fun. I'll go busk in the street.
I bet you would, actually.
Yeah.
You've done it before.
I'll open the guitar case.
The tour shares a name with her latest album called Humble Quest.
I'm on a humble quest, and am I to my best.
What does Humble Quest mean to you?
I think from 2020 on to now, I've learned a lot about myself because my tour got canceled. I lost my producer Busby in late 2019. And so just everything was really humbling. I think just about being a human. It's like you are not in control. You never were.
It was strange for all of us, but I have to imagine for someone who's been on the road for 15 years or something like that, doing shows, grinding, hustling the whole time, to just hit the brakes for 2 years, it was probably disorienting to you in some way. Your husband too, because he's a performer as well.
I think the bottom fell out in many ways for me, and I've sort of learned through therapy that I have been doing this hustle since I was 10 or 11 years old. I'm 32. I haven't stopped. It took the world coming to a halt for me to stop.
Maren's son Hayes was born in March of 2020, in those first days of the pandemic.
I think a lot of identity crises happened there. Not just like being a new parent and a new mother and dealing with, postpartum depression for the first time and reeling from that and trying to find the forest through the trees, but also just knowing my worth without someone clapping for me. I kind of felt like, this sounds so cheesy, but I felt like a woman, like the sort of form I was supposed to take a long time ago that I've been in arrested development over. It finally came because I had to stop doing this thing that always gave me this pride.
So how did that manifest itself? What did it mean to you to become a woman, as you say?
I think that I'm a child still in a lot of ways that I haven't properly matured because I've always been able to throw it into music. But as far as relationships go, I think from a very early age, I've been taking care of myself and other people and just performing. And I think when you have your own kid and you kind of can't go to work, your purpose is very different. And so you kind of have to just chisel it out of stone yourself. And I think I was probably supposed to do that a long time ago, but it just didn't happen until now.
Don't know why I let you, but I do. 'Cause I love chasing after you.
She spent the time at home reflecting and writing songs with her husband, Ryan Hurd, a fellow singer-songwriter.
As far as being creative with him goes, it was like, can we just please write something light to pull me out of this pandemic doldrum, and I don't want to, sit in the ashes very long here. So he kind of just helped me in song form and in just conversation form figure out how to get to the light.
I drove circles around this town, trying to write
began to find that light by reaching back to her early days in Nashville, long before she was a Grammy-winning chart-topping star.
Circles Around This Town stands out among other great songs. What is the message of that song? What are you saying?
Well, the line that I love is, I thought when I had hit it, it all looked different, but I've still got the pedal down, driving circles around this town. And that to me was like, I moved to Nashville 10 years ago with nothing, and I really had to build myself up and build my song repertoire just from scratch. And I think I still have that grind in me that is like, your best song is the last one you wrote. So you always are trying to one-up yourself, and that's the beautiful competition art form that is Nashville songwriting, is like all your friends are better than you. And it doesn't make you downtrodden, it makes you excited to show them the last thing you wrote. So that community there is really special to me because I feel like they hold me accountable. They also make me a better writer every single time I go back into the room.
Yeah, isn't it interesting? I found this too, where you think in the course of your career, there's going to be some moment where you go, I did it. And you put your feet up. But if you have the motor that people like you and I probably both have, you never put your feet up, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, my husband, jokes that he'll be wheeling me off the casino stage when we're like, I'm 90 or something. That's going to be my fate. Is like, I'll probably just die on stage because I love it so much. I don't want to take time off. I don't like the idea of saving up a bunch and retiring because it's not a job to me. It's like my passion.
Can I get a hallelujah? Can I get an amen?
After coming up on the honky-tonk circuit in her home state of Texas, Morris spent her early years in Nashville writing songs for other people. But it was the one she kept for herself that changed her life.
Yeah, I guess that's my church.
My Church was a coming out party for Morris, and the hits have been coming ever since.
I'm a 90s baby in my 80s Mercedes.
Including 2 #1 singles.
When the bones are good, the rest don't good.
Off of her second album, Girl.
Don't you hang your head low.
And of course, the relentlessly popular song, The Middle, where she sang lead vocals with Gray and Zedd.
Did you have any sense when you put that song out that it was going to become this massive hit, #1, and change your life in the way that it did?
I think it just opened up a huge world audience to my voice. And so if anyone ever heard that, like, baby, they'd be like, who is this? Oh, Maren Morris, who's that? And then, you know, they would go to my previous work.
So why don't you just meet me in the middle, in the middle.
When you sit down to write any new album now, do you think about hits at this point? Or are you just trying to write great songs?
I think a hit for me at this point is just a byproduct of hopefully a great song. I can't go in and create with that formula in my head of what I think a hit will be, because then you end up following a trend that someone has already set. And I think that you want it to be the opposite of that. You want to set it and create something that's new, or if it is reminiscent or nostalgic of something else, it's done in a way that's really fresh. And so yeah, it's at this point, I've had crossover success. I've had songs on pop radio, on Hot AC, on country. I'll always take it when it comes, but I don't go in and set out to be the hit maker. I just want to write a great song, and I want to connect with my friends that I'm writing it with and connect to a higher self or God or whatever it is in that room. That's what I'm there to do.
I hesitated to use the term crossover, but since you used it,
Yeah.
what does that mean to you exactly? Because it seems to me that genre doesn't really matter as much anymore.
Yeah.
If you're good, and people find it wherever it is.
Everything has gone over to streaming, and people are just pulling up playlists based on mood, which I love. That's kind of how I search for things. But respecting and staying true to a root of what made you fall in love with a genre in the first place is important, but it's not my Bible. I think that I am so influenced by so many genres, and I've never said otherwise. Like, from my church on, it's always been the kitchen sink.
Success in music has given Morris a voice outside of it, too. She has been outspoken on social issues, from abortion rights and gun control to the need for diversity in country music and defending trans youth.
You use your voice and your platform to speak out on issues. When you started to do that, was there any trepidation of, I'm about to step in it, and now I'm going to be in the middle of it?
Yeah, I think it's gotten more galvanized since I've had my son, that I am really trying to make something beyond music, and I want people to look around at my shows and realize, okay, this is really loving and safe and comfortable. Like, no matter what walk of life or where you come from, I want you to be able to be safe at my show. And I'm willing to be uncomfortable to do that.
Is there a risk to it? Because I would say I'm a fan of country music. Most artists aren't going to sit down in an interview and talk about the things you talk about, or to even go on social media and take on those issues, because they say, maybe I believe that, maybe I do feel that way. It's just not worth the fight. It's not worth losing fans. Do you feel any hit from doing that? I mean,
honestly, like, when I put my church out, I kind of got my first dose of criticism of people saying the song is like blasphemous at my church. And I remember, oh wow, I'm really gonna have to have some thick skin to get through this if this is like the song that's already pissing people off in a very weird way. So I think from the get-go, I've gone through the chapters of feeling just the criticism and knowing that, you know what, you're gonna piss people off either way, so you better let them know where you stand. And I think that, yeah, I've probably lost listeners along the way, but I think the ones I've gained and the ones I've retained, they know exactly who I am and what they're getting, and I see the residual effect of it now that time has passed, of the positivity that it's ingrained into the fan base. So even if you take a hit here and there, it's worth it.
With the Humble Quest tour now wrapped, it seems Morris has a new itch.
I want to do Broadway.
You do?
Yeah. I've really tried to just scare myself the last few years. I hosted a late night show, had never done that.
Yeah.
I flew with the Air Force Thunderbirds in a fighter jet. I'm talking to you. I'm just kidding.
That's an adventure.
Yeah.
Living her life with some spice and a kick.
That is delicious, truly. Not just because you made it.
Thank you for giving me a bar to do it in. Cheers again. Thank you.
Ashton, here.
After more than 2 years at home with her family, Mila Kunis is venturing back into the world, though still clinging to some pandemic holdovers.
I'm still in the habit of Instacarting. I'm actively trying to break. It's like going back into the grocery store. So there's a part of me that like loves this mask thing. The way we did a massive road trip over the summer, and the only reason we could have done it the way that we did it was because my husband and I were able to just wear masks when we went to like all the national park monuments and things.
You loaded up the RV,
Yes.
got the kids going.
For 3 weeks. I don't know if we could have done it without a mask. It was great.
Kunis is unmasked and back at work for her latest movie, the dark Netflix drama Luckiest Girl Alive.
Mr. Larson, it's me, Tiffany.
The film is based on the 2015 New York Times bestseller by Jessica Knoll, who also adapted it for the screen.
Had you read the book? Were you aware of the story?
So it was sent to me as a script. The title seemed familiar. I realized that I'd read it 5-6 years prior. I just didn't remember reading it. And then I went, oh, I don't remember what the twists are. I knew that there were twists and things. And I was like, ooh, this will be a really fun read. And I remembered what I loved about it, which is all going back to Jessica Knoll. I think the tone of it was different than all the other movies that I've seen when it came to like the mystery.
The mystery lies in Kunis's character Ani Finelli, a woman whose extreme, unresolved teenage trauma rushes back to the surface.
She is a young woman living in New York City who's living the perfect Instagram life. Where she's putting forward all of the things that she thinks that people want to hear and want to see, as probably most people can relate to. And so that's like a little bit of the fun cat and mouse game that she plays within herself, like which one of these is the real me. But I think it's a fun character to try to anticipate, which is what I think we were trying to do with the ending. Because we changed the ending from the book to the movie.
Nobody believed me back then because I was a wet seal wearing gutter wrap.
There's a lot of trauma in her past that she has to confront, that sort of defines her life and defines her future relationships. Do you like playing a character who's got all that depth?
Yeah. Do I give you a real answer? I give you the answer that I think people want to hear.
Yeah, give me the real one.
The real one is no. Like, it's all fun. Like, I really genuinely look at acting as play pretend. The other answer I can give you is yes, this was really hard for me and it was emotionally draining and I'm such a great actor. I can go on and on with the answer that I think I'm supposed to give, but the truth is, I love to play pretend. There's a part of you that at the end of the day is exhausted. But that being said, I can separate the two pretty well. So as hard as it is, I'm not in a ditch, I'm not in a mine, I'm okay. Like, it's not that hard.
Some of the scenes are hard to watch, so I'm thinking this must be hard for you, even if you're playing pretend, to act out. They have to be.
The idea of it doing seems much harder than the actual technical nature of it because it is broken down into so many different fragments. Rarely is it one long experience of that traumatic experience. So you feel like you're a little bit detached from experiencing the whole thing until you shoot the wide, call it, and then you have to experience the whole thing all at once.
Some of this trauma is real to Jessica, to the author. And did that give this some added significance, taking care of her story in some way?
Yeah. But what was interesting was the parts, while we were shooting it, the parts that were triggering for her to be on set for were not the parts that you would have thought. So it's not the obvious, is my best way of, like, there's two very traumatic sequences in the film. Both of them were not the traumatic experiences that she was not on the set for.
I'm curious how you decide what kind of project is worth this kind of investment. Clearly, this is a big investment of your time and effort. You got kids at home, you got a lot going on.
Yeah.
How do you choose, yes, that's the thing I want to do in this case?
I look at it as, is this reason enough for me to not be home for dinner every night? What justifies that? The people involved. I think I really love working in a really fun environment, regardless of it being a comedy, drama, thriller, or horror. I think the environment has to be right. The characters, and who's this movie for, or who's this project for? And if I can't answer that, then there's no point of doing it.
And there's such a range of it, too. You'll do something hilariously funny, something very
You wanna
deeply serious.
You want to entertain or you want to give a little spoonful of medicine with a whole bunch of sugar, or you just want to just give some sugar. Like, I'm at a place where I'm so, like, that's what I'm trying to find desperately right now, is just an incredible comedy, like a great romantic comedy.
I showed my 13-year-old son Ted for the first time the other night.
You're welcome.
It was a revelation to him.
Is it not amazing?
It's amazing.
I know. Ted was a wonderful, obnoxious movie. That's what we need more of.
Totally.
Did he like it?
He loved it.
He did?
He's got a pretty sharp sense of humor.
It's so
and I
good.
think during COVID, all of the rules of like language went out the window in terms of shows and movies
By the way,
and all that.
same, except we have 6 and 8. And we were like, you know what? It's just words. Go ahead.
We tried for a while. I don't know if you should watch that. And then we had 2 years to fill. So we're like, forget it. Whatever you want. So
yeah, same.
we're
It
into the
started for us
TED
with
movies.
F1.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a lot of cursing on
There
that.
is.
And I was like, meh, whatever.
What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Another long-term effect of COVID.
Exactly.
Born in the former Soviet Union, in modern-day Ukraine, Kunis and her family moved to the United States with just $250 when she was 7 years old, eventually settling in Los Angeles.
We landed in LA. It was something like February 17th, and February 18th I started school.
Wow.
So it was you were just like thrown into it as quickly as you could.
It's like dropping a kid on the moon, saying, good luck.
But we all dropped ourselves on the moon.
Yeah.
So it was like my parents were on the moon. We were all on the moon, and we were like, just don't fall into that crater. Like, good luck.
Following Russia's invasion of Ukraine this year, Kunis and Kutcher rallied to raise more than $30 million for refugees from her home country.
Our collective effort will provide a softer landing for so many people as they forge ahead into their future of uncertainty.
The world has watched and seen what Ukraine is about and how brave the people are. And I imagine that's some source of pride to you and your family.
It is. I mean, I never actually cared where I came from. It was always irrelevant. I, in fact, told people that I was Russian because when I left was 91. It just started the fall.
Right.
So I technically left when it was Russia. This war hits, and I was like, I am not Russian. I am from Ukraine. I have more pride now than I ever have about being from Ukraine.
As a young girl suddenly moved halfway around the world, Kunis learned English by watching American TV and taking acting classes, which led to roles in commercials and on television.
I feel like I caught up with the American culture very quickly at a very young age because I love television. Like, I love TV. I love watching television.
Yeah.
And I loved watching TV when I was little because I didn't have it, and then I had it. And at 7, I was like, what is this box? And my parents were like, watch it.
Yeah.
So I watched a lot of TV growing up.
Yeah, I mean, but to get into acting, right, to help with your confidence, I guess, and to learn some English.
Yeah.
And then it turns into Barbie commercials and Payless Shoes commercials and all those things. So at what point?
Baywatch, let's not forget Baywatch. That's like, yeah.
I watched a great scene just this morning of you warning some young people of, I think, a brush fire on the way.
Feel that heat? Don't get out of here, we're gonna fry.
I played 2 different characters on Baywatch.
Wow. And they're just hoping nobody noticed?
No one noticed. It was television 27 years ago. Yeah.
Audiences started to notice Kunis when she landed the role of Jackie Burkhart on the Fox hit That 70s Show.
You are a dog, Michael, a dirty, dirty dog!
So at what point was it like, oh, this is my career? This isn't just like a hobby I have as a teenager. This is what I'm doing.
When I wanted to drop out of college,
That'll do it.
I would have to take a 6 a.m. class in order to be in the car by 8 in order to sit on one of the freeways to get in, to work on time and not get in trouble. And I was like, I can't do that. And so I was like, okay, what do I choose? Do I choose 70s or do I choose college? And I was like, I'll choose 70s.
It was there she met Kutcher, though the friends and co-stars did not date until more than a decade later, marrying in 2015. In 2018, I asked Kunis about acting with Kutcher again.
Probably not gonna happen. No, it's weird.
But after some recent spousal negotiations,
Do you really mean it?
the pair decided to reprise their roles for an episode of the upcoming series, That 90s Show.
Any hesitation or like, let's go do it?
Honestly, there was a little hesitation.
There was?
From one of us. I will not say which one. We're going to do one scene. We're going to together. We're, spoiler alert, play a married couple in it. I've never been more nervous in my life.
Really?
Than the day that we had to shoot that scene.
Now why?
Oh my God, because it's my husband. It was so weird to look at him and not be like, why are you doing that funny face? Or for him not to look at me and be like, why are you acting so? Like, there's a part of you that after being, you can call BS on someone.
Yeah.
It's trippy because we were in the same house, like the stage, and it takes place in the same basement. But we're old and married and have children. And I was like, oh my God. It was like being in Twilight Zone. It was very, very weird. But I'm so proud of it. By the way, 90s Show is very cute. And Bonnie came back for it. So our original creators came back for it. It's really good.
All speaking of your long, illustrious career, I can't believe you just started your 20th season on Family Guy.
I know.
20 seasons.
Yeah.
Could you ever have dreamed when you stepped into the booth to be Meg the first time?
No, given the fact that we were canceled twice. No, I did not presume that we were going to ever be on air ever again. We are so lucky. I mean, I'm so lucky. By the way, speaking of COVID, all of it moved into my house. It was in the closet for the first year and a half. And then Ashton built me a little recording studio.
So you really don't need to leave the house. I mean, you have this figured out.
I mean, but I do need to leave the house. Like, that's not, no, I'm leaving. I went out for drinks in New York yesterday.
There you go.
Yeah, that was exciting.
Was it?
It was really expensive.
Oh,
New York drinks
things have gotten more expensive.
Yeah, it is. I was like, that's an expensive martini that I just had. Oh, thank you. What a gentleman.
I don't know whether I need to do a shot after this or kiss my wife.
Ashton's training for the New York City Marathon. Having done this last year, I know that it puts some strain on the partner in the relationship.
Thank you for understanding. Thank you for feeling my feelings with me. But okay, all jokes aside, it's been actually really great.
Yeah.
Lots of things with the running that I learned. Nipples.
Oh, the chafing.
Yeah. So my husband, okay, I have an almost 6-year-old and an almost 8-year-old. My husband goes to me after like 3 months of training or 2, whatever it is, and goes, hey babe, do you get any of that nipple cream from when you used to nurse? And I was like, used to nurse? I was like, we have big children. He goes, do you have like any like nipple cream? And I went, no, I don't have random nipple cream laying around the house.
Yeah, I kept it in case of an emergency.
You never know when my nipples will chafe.
And you'll be there cheering him along?
Yes.
And then maybe you'll run a marathon.
No. Never.
Okay.
No.
Shut that down.
Like, don't
real quick.
chase me, because the likelihood of me running is slim to none. Like, I will be like, I'm sorry, you have me. Like, you win.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah.
It's so good to see you.
Thank you.
Good luck with the marathon. Congratulations on the movie. Janelle, it's great to see you.
Oh, it is great to be seen.
Can we just start with this look, this outfit? Tell me who we're wearing, what we're wearing, all of it.
Well, we are officially in the Memory Librarian book. This is a look inspired by the lead character, Cichette, who is the Memory Librarian. And this is custom Dead Lotus Couture. So I worked with Nanja, who is the designer. She and I went back and forth on this look together.
We took an informal poll. We've been doing this show for 6 years. You officially are the coolest human being I've ever sat across from. So just wanted to give you that honor here, and thank you very much.
Well,
Cheers to
I
that.
would love to take that, but I'm an android.
Right.
So I'm not 100% human.
Right.
So I have to give that to someone else.
Yes, fair
but
enough.
I appreciate the offer. I'm honored. My human side is honored.
So I can't wait to dig in and talk to you about this extraordinary book. I was saying to you, okay, Janelle Monáe, we want you to come out with a book. Maybe it's a memoir. You have an amazing personal story as well. And you said, I don't think so. I want to write something a little more challenging. So just for people who are thinking about picking this up, is it even possible in a little while to explain what this book is about?
So The Memory Librarian, this book, this short story collection was grown from the same soil as Dirty Computer, my 2018 album and film that I released.
They drained us of our dirt and all the things that made us special. And then you were lost, sleeping, and you didn't remember anything at all.
The Memory Librarian deals with this totalitarian society regime. New Dawn. New Dawn is kidnapping dirty computers, people who will not assimilate, people that refuse to not walk in their full authenticity. New Dawn's taking their memories, swiping them clean, and giving them new identities. And so each story deals with protagonists, Black and brown folks, folks in the LGBTQIA+ communities who just refuse to assimilate.
The story, I mean, obviously there are echoes of your own story in here, I think it's fair to say, given the groups that are represented in this book, and also you're being, if I may, a dirty computer yourself, which is to say you're not going to be something that the culture wants you to be or the music business wants you to be. So do these stories all come from somewhere within you?
Yeah, I'm sprinkled in a lot, but it's a community, you know, and that was super important. Community, making sure that not just my own personal story was represented, but there's so many of my friends and my family members, my friends in the trans community that I wanted to highlight, in the non-binary community. Like, there's so much of us, there's so much intersection, and I wanted to get into that nuance. I worked with Elia Don Johnson on the Memory Librarian, which, you know, it was a thought experiment that I had. I was like, what if there was this memory librarian, this Black woman who literally kept and stored the memories of everybody in the city. Like, she knew their pasts before, you know, before they were wiped clean, she knew who they were. And this memory librarian wants to fall in love. But how do you fall in love when you know everybody's secrets? And Time Box I worked on with Eve L. Ewing. It speaks about time poverty. For Black and brown folks who have been having to spend a significant amount of time just trying to reach the American dream and go find the boots to really pull, you know, ourselves up from with our bootstraps, whatever that whole terminology means. Like, really thinking about if you could get time back, reclaiming my time, in the words of Maxine Waters. How would you reclaim your time? And so Eve and I had a wonderful time doing that. And then, you know, Cherie Renee Thomas, I worked on a short story with Time Box Altered. I worked on one with Danny Lore called Nevermind, and Save Changes with Johanka Delgado.
I'm so fascinated by sort of the origins of this story, because it's an allegory that speaks, as you just laid out, to everything that's happening in our culture right now. But it's such a different way to tell the story than just coming out and saying it, to create this place in the future where all these things happen. It's kind of like your music too. It's always original, it's always interesting. How was this born? Where does the dirty computer concept come from? Where does all this come from within you?
A real living nightmare. I had a nightmare, and I woke up and I had my iPhone and I just had to like record everything I could remember, but I had a nightmare that I was at a movie theater, went to go get popcorn, was walking out of my seat, and this usher was like, come with me, they're kidnapping people, come through this back entrance. And I was like, get away from me, I wanna watch my movie. And I started to sit down in my seat and I was taken. And I was kidnapped, full memories erased, and I woke up a completely different person. And so, as I started to think about it and try to figure out, what does this mean, I was in the middle of working on this album. And I just connected my identity to so many people's identities who are being erased. This whole concept is pretty meta. You know, I wrote it, it's supposed to be fictitious, but look what's going on with Greg Abbott, with Governor DeSantis. They are putting into law that you can't even talk about the LGBTQIA+ community in schools. There are schools and states that you can't talk about race in. The erasure of identity is happening right now, systemically. Like, people are doing that to kids, to teenagers, and to families, and it's wrong. And I'm encouraging young people to read it, to find solace in it, to find hope and find strength, and those who are in the position of power to fight back against these folks who don't recognize us as complete human beings who deserve to feel seen, to feel heard.
The book is such a compliment to and a part of the activism that you've already been doing for a long time that's so central, I think, to your life. Is it nice to have the voice and the platform because of your talent, writing, singing songs, that people will listen to you and people are going to go buy this book and that you can get that message out?
I hope that people buy the book. You know, like, everybody may not necessarily love me, and that's fine. That's good. You know, one of the things that I wish I would have known early in my career is that everybody won't love you, and that's okay. I love me, and I love what it is that we're doing with this book and with this story. Since I was, a child, I'm timeless, but I'll say since I was a child, I was writing short stories. I was writing science fiction short stories. I had one where this alien came and was talking to a plant through photosynthesis and ended up taking my whole neighborhood and my grandmother with them.
How old were you when you wrote this? Your kid?
Shoot, yeah, I had to be in elementary school.
So the
I was
brain
reading
was
a lot
already
of
working that way.
R.L. Stein's Goosebumps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then I went on to write for the young playwrights, the Coterie Theater, where we would write these short stories, and if they were good enough, the local actors would perform them. So I've always had a love of literature, of storytelling, and that's what I feel like my thing is. In music, in fashion, in art, it's like telling stories, right? The Bible tells stories. You see how many people are obsessed with all of the stories in the Bible, That's how you keep the name of Jesus alive. And I'm just trying to do the Lord's work.
have been such an inspiration to so many people, the kind of people you write about in this book, to Black and queer people in this country. Was that a difficult decision for you to step out front and say, this is exactly who I am, take me or leave me, and to put that out there, or were you completely comfortable with that?
The thing about who I am is we change. This version, I think being a human is performative. I'm performing a version of who I think Janelle Monáe should be. Every day I wake up and I'm making choices about how I move, what I do, based on the feedback that I got about who I should be. I don't represent everybody. You know, I can only speak from my truth, where I'm at that time, right? And if it resonates, if it connects, I'm always like, yay. But a lot of me talking out loud to the world is really for myself. Like, I need to say it. Because in my head, I've probably said mean things about myself based on what the world tells me I should be, and, you know, my own things that I probably have had to heal through, which I have. But it's so much negative talk that it's like you kind of overcompensate. You're like, I'm here. I'm right here. I'm present. This is who I am, you know? So that's always really good to get that out, yeah.
And we were talking before we started here just about getting to a place, and you touched on it a minute ago, in your life, in your career, where you can just say it. Be who you are and not worry about how people are going to react to it. That's got to feel great to be where you are.
You can't. I think I cared like a good, even if it was 5%, those are the moments that I'm most disappointed. I'm like, why did you care about that? Why did you allow that to steal your moment? But I mean, I'm floating right now. I'm in the most carefree, I don't have anything to prove space that I've ever been in as an artist. And you can feel it in my music, my conversations, and it's so honest to just like, yeah, I'm like, man, why wasn't I this present? I spent so much time in the future and worried and anxiety and all of those things, but this is it. This is the trip, you know? This is the gold. This is where I should have been, and now I'm doing everything I can to like stay present. I feel like I'm on my second Earth life.
Oh.
Yeah.
And that started recently?
Yeah, because there's life when you haven't healed. Like, you live that life. But like after you've healed, that's a whole nother life. You know, it's like you have a clear vision, and that's where I am right now.
It's got to feel great. I mean, there are so many people who will listen to that and say, okay, it's easy for Janelle Monáe to say that. She's achieved this level of success. How do I get to that place in my daily life where I'm not worried about what people think about me? How do I get to that second life that you're talking about? What would you say to fans of yours who say, I want to be like her?
I think I wasn't trusting my own voice. That's what I think was happening. Like, how are you going to let somebody tell you who you are more than you telling yourself who you are? Like, I know myself. I know my truth. Like, and I think that's where it comes from. You start thinking that somebody else has the answer or the formula. Like, people can give you advice. People can say, oh, but when I get a gift, an idea, that's between me and the creator. It wasn't a big mass email sent out. Everybody, here's what Janelle needs to do. What do you guys think? Like, they wasn't involved on the deal, on the front end. So why am I doing that? And then I think when I think about, so trust your own voice over that.
Yeah.
It like, period. You got to get to a point where you trust you more than you trust them. And another thing I thought about, I was like, the world judges us for whatever reason. There's always going to be somebody playing that role of the judger, right? Why do I need to pile on and judge myself? That position is already taken. Go do something else. So that's how I kind of look at that too.
That's so well said. Have you always had that level of confidence and self-assured view of your own life, going back to Kansas City when you were a kid and performing and all those things? That does take some confidence for a child. Have you always felt this way a little bit?
I did.
Yeah.
I was very confident as a child, but then I lost it because then you know too much. When you start to get into middle school and high school, you get feedback on what the culture thinks is cool, and if you're not you start second guessing yourself. But I'm back to it. I'm back to my child spirit, that just wasn't concerned about what was to the left or to the right. It was always forward.
Your mother was a custodian, father a sanitation worker. Where did performance come in your life? Do you read anything into how that was born for you?
Well, my dad also was a musician and performer, and so I grew up in a house where when I went to my grandmother's house, she was playing the organ, singing in church. My other grandmother was playing the piano, doing piano lessons, singing in church. So I never had a family that told me that I couldn't do this. Like, they always encouraged it, and I'm thankful for that, because that's your first tribe, it's your first fan, they tell you, they let you know if it's good or not. I mean, even my little sister would always be like, shut up, be quiet, and that would just make me want to, do it more.
Of course. And then eventually you end up here in New York for a little bit. You're so talented, you get the scholarship to come here. What was that like to go from Kansas City to turn up in New York City?
It was a culture shock.
Yeah.
I went from all black school, high school, minority school, to being the only black person in my class here. And then it was this big city. I commuted 40 blocks every single day. Or I lived on 140th in Amsterdam. So I went to 72nd Street every day. I shared a bed and a room with my cousin. Yeah, I was struggling, but it just made me so much stronger. And it also told me what I didn't want to do.
Right.
I thought I wanted to do Broadway, and I'll probably end up doing it kind of on my own terms. I wanted to write something. I didn't want to do anything that anybody else had written, because I wasn't really inspired by what I was seeing for black performers, the leading roles. It was kind of the options were slim. So I moved to Atlanta, and that's where I really started my own Wonderland Art Society Arts Collective, where I met other people that looked like me, that really had ideas like I had, and also were teaching me things, and we just were let's just do this independently. Let's write, let's direct, let's act, let's become the U-print, not the blueprint. And so that's what I've been trying to do ever since. I don't know how I'm doing, but
you're doing pretty well. I mean, you go to Atlanta, big boy sees you on stage.
Yeah.
What I love about that part of the story is you say, they didn't try to make you into this marketing object, or they allowed you to be who you are, which you've continued to be. Was there ever pressure along your rise to be someone else? Say, oh, you should maybe dress this way or make songs for the radio and all that? And if so, how did you ignore that talk?
Of course. Everybody thinks they're smart. Everybody, and some people have really great ideas. But I mean, I just trusted me. I knew I was like, no, there's a different way. And I think I had some meetings where I got told no. And I was just like, okay, well, if I'm gonna walk in a room, I at least want to be told no because I was being my authentic self. I don't want to be in the room because of somebody else saying, do this, do that, do that. The other flip side of that, though, is I think that it also made me feel like I had to prove something. I had to prove that, oh, I can talk about science fiction in my songs, I can dress like this, I can, just because I'm black, like I don't have to just sing that type of music, I'm gonna be eclectic and da-da-da-da. And that was important because I felt like it was a cultural reset when I came out. A cultural reset. And people needed to see that particular image. I think now, when I look back, I'm like, man, I could have put my sword down. I didn't have to fight. I didn't have to spend so much of my career just fighting that I'm just gonna prove, I gotta prove this and prove that I can be successful in this way. And I have to do, you know, I can't, like, I was limiting myself. Even as like eclectic, and if you listen to my albums and concepts, all of that, there were still moments where I didn't give myself permission to have fun because I felt like I needed to be serious and just militant in a sense. And I already went through like the anger of feeling like, man, I missed so many moments where I could have been having fun. So now this part of my life is gonna be having fun. Giving myself permission.
Something you just said just like caught my ear. You said it was a cultural reset, kind of when you came on the scene. What do you mean by that?
I'm kind of doing this sort of retrospective on when I had first come out, but I think it was like, oh, it's a glitch in the matrix. It's something new on the scene that doesn't look or feel or sound like anything. Yeah, they may be inspired by, but the way that they are using their energy is just different. And now, you know, everything will be different.
And the people who inspired you, it seems to me, have that same energy. Is that fair to say? Prince, Stevie Wonder, Lauryn Hill, there's a long list of people who
I love all of them.
Right? They're kind of like you in that they didn't go with the grain. They brought something else. Is that why you were latched on to artists like those?
Yeah, I mean, I used to be obsessed with Lauryn Hill. I mean, but I knew I couldn't be her. Like, it's only one Lauryn Hill. So I had to figure out how to be the best Janelle Monáe. You know, how could I, what was the thing that I was going to be bringing new? You know, I always want to come like, what am I adding to our culture? What am I adding to the industry? What am I adding? What am I saying? So that was cool, but I mean, Prince and Stevie are just like incredible humans. They never let their mystery or who they were, like the giants that they are musically, get in the way of their mentorship. And I'm so thankful that early on in my career, I've been able to have them, you know, in my life and as people I can talk to.
And isn't it crazy? I've talked to other artists and actors about this. You look up to someone as a kid when you're coming up, but really Prince or Stevie Wonder live in some other stratosphere in your mind, and then all of a sudden you're working with them and they're giving you advice on your album.
Yeah.
Is that a wild thing to make that leap into their world?
Very. It was, but then you look at them, you say, these are people who, like myself, you know, just had a light, had something they wanted to say and an idea, and you know, maybe it took some time and maybe home life wasn't perfect, and they just trusted their gut throughout those moments, and they were anchored in knowing that it's much bigger than you or me. And that's what I feel most alone when I disconnect from everybody and I'm like, I'm over here, but I'm one with everything. You know, I'm one with everything, and I think that they serve as a reminder, and how music serves as a reminder that when we come together, when we can be on the same like frequency, that's when you feel close to God. That's when you feel the universe. That's when, yeah, I just feel like I'm a fabric in a larger quilt.
Something I've heard you say that really moved me, which is why you said you wear a tuxedo often, which has become kind of a uniform for you. And it's tied back to your childhood, right? To your parents wearing uniforms.
Working class,
Yeah, what does that tuxedo mean to you in that context?
Yeah, when I put it on, I always think about my family. You know, my mom used to serve at banquets. She was a janitor. My dad, you know, a trash man. My grandmother cooked food for the county jail for 25 years. So I come from a hard working class family. I think that's why I'm big on community. I have 49 first cousins, all my aunts and uncles working class. Like, they work their ass off to make sure that their kids, my cousins, all of us could have beautiful summers and picnics, and we could go to amusement parks and all of that. So for me, I try to honor that in my work, you know, as much as I can. That's why this book, I wanted to bring a community of people, of writers with me. I could have done a memoir, a coffee table book, but this was better, you know? And it's just instilled in me. It's like a gift and a curse in a sense, because you can work, and you don't play. Like, I'm on that. I've worked for a very long time, and I was super serious. Now I'm like, if we're not talking about vacation, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. Like, we are supposed to be having the best Earth experience of our lives right now. You know, why are we getting caught up in a rat race? Yes, we have to work. We need to survive. We need to do all these things. We also need to make time to around.
Amen to that. Before I let you go, I have to ask you how the film roles fit into this puzzle. But we look at Moonlight and Hidden Figures and Knives Out 2. Very excited that you're going to be in that. How do you view acting in this picture of your career, this quilt?
I love getting into different characters. I told you, the human experience is performative. One time it freaked me out when I thought about it. It was like, this is one big play. We have reoccurring characters, some people in and out of our lives, some same archetypes come back. But I love acting. I love exploring the human condition. My hope is that we can turn some of these short stories into TV or film projects. That would be cool. I would love that. And we're in talks.
I was going to say, this feels like a series to me.
Does it?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, let's make that happen.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure talking to you.
It's a pleasure.
Thanks so
As
much.
always. Thank you.
Well, it's good to see you, John.
It's good to be here.
I saw the movie last week.
And?
So I don't know if I can put into words how much I loved it. And part of it is because it's a great movie on its own. And part of it is because I was going into 6th grade when the original came out, and it was so formative for so many of us.
Sure.
I think you included.
Yeah, I think I was probably around 8th grade, but yeah.
Yeah.
I've described the movie like this. It perfectly rides the line between the newness of it and its originality and nostalgia. It's perfect. It's got both of those things. It's a great news story. It's a continuation of the story of Maverick and all the Iceman and all the people that we've known throughout seeing the first film, and then it's this throwback again to making you feel like you were when you were in 6th grade or 8th grade or whatever it was, the 80s.
And by the way, it starts with the opening credits of the movie. There's a piece of music that comes in, and I was like,
it drops you right back into it. Yeah,
you dropped right back in. It's incredible. So given your experience with the movie, given the experience we all had with the movie, when they call you about this, does it blow your mind to even consider the possibility of
I just remember thinking, like, if my 8th grade self could talk to my now self, both of us would not be computing that this is happening. So it was a no-brainer for me. I was just like, are you kidding? Yes. I don't know. I don't care what the part is. I would be in craft service on this thing if I could. But then I got like a cool call sign.
Yeah.
And I was like, they put me in the wardrobe. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, this is amazing. I can't believe I get to do this. Like, I'm literally on an aircraft carrier saluting Tom Cruise. Like, this is not happening. It was a tremendous delight to make, and I cannot wait for people to see the film.
So you're Cyclone, that's the call sign you're referring to.
That's my call sign.
So describe a little bit for the audience who your character is, how he fits into the story.
I'm the air boss, so I'm in charge. And like most people that runs into Pete Maverick Mitchell, don't love the way he comports himself.
But as good as they are, sir, they still have something to learn.
Every morning from this day forward, you will brief us on your instructional plans in writing. And nothing will change without my express approval.
Including the hard deck, sir?
Especially the hard deck, Captain.
It's mystifying to somebody like my character looking at this guy's career and saying, like, why aren't you running things? You should be me. You should be, in a leadership position, and yet here you are still a captain. That pretty much sets the stage and tells you everything you need to know about our relationship. But it was great. I mean, to be able to be in those scenes with Tom Cruise is it's a lifelong dream, for real.
You play it well, you've got the square jaw, and you have that good vibe of, I don't like you, but I need you up there, man.
Exactly.
Energy.
And there's so much of that's baked into not only the story, but just the character of Maverick. I mean, it's right there in his name. He's the Maverick, and you don't like him, but you need him, and he is exactly that. And as the movie plays out, you see how that comes to bear fruit.
Talking about Tom Cruise and Maverick, I think part of why this works so well is because he is still Maverick. 32 years since the original movie. He looks great, he's in shape, he still carries it. What was it like to be on set with him as sort of the leader?
I'll never forget my first day on set. Like, I walked onto set. We're at North Island Naval Base in Coronado, San Diego. I'm looking around. It's basically a temple to Top Gun. There's a 2-story American flag for the set. Everybody's in, gear. And I walk on the set, and there's Tom Cruise, and he just looks at me, and he's, hey, comes up, gives me a big hug. It's so good to have you here. We're so excited. I was like, are you kidding me? This is insane. I said to him at some point during that first day, I was like, this has to be like an out-of-body experience for you. You are in the same wardrobe, on the same set, and it's 30 years later. Like, you were 25 or whatever he was when he was making that movie the first time. I was like, what does that feel like? He goes, I feel like I'm at home.
Your reputation precedes you.
I have to admit, I wasn't expecting an invitation back.
They're called orders, Maverick.
And he is that guy, isn't he? I mean, you've talked about him sets the tone for the set. Here's how hard we're going to work. Here's when we're going to work.
First guy in, last guy out. Everything you want him to be, he is. And he knows it. He knows he has to be. And so he's never late. He's never in a bad mood. He's happy to be there. He's happy to make movies. He's a movie star.
Good morning, aviators. This is your captain speaking.
He is the best. It's a rare thing to be like in the presence of a guy like that movie star energy.
Yes.
It's infectious and it's fun and it's unique. I'll say that.
And a wild thing to be standing in a scene with somebody whose like poster was on the wall of your childhood.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Exactly. You pinch yourself, and it's it doesn't happen often, but boy, is it fun when it does.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
You got to stay on solid ground for your role.
Yes, I did.
But my God, some of the fighter plane scenes. And Tom says we had to test all these actors and make sure they could pull 8Gs. There's no real camera trick. There's a little, of course, but like they're flying in those planes.
You're seeing what you see. It's not, that's no joke. That's no CGI. It's real. And those guys and girls all had to go through pretty much fighter pilot training. You know, they're in G suits, they're experiencing G-lock, loss of consciousness. You know, basically you're pulling so much gravity that the blood is going out of your head. It's
literally,
that's literally what happens.
Yeah.
Like and you see it on screen. Like you see their faces like moving in that way. And it's exciting. Your pulse immediately starts ramping up when you see it. And it's because it's real.
And if you had a chance to sit and watch the movie,
yeah, I've seen the whole film.
And your reaction was what?
I literally got misty.
Yeah.
You know, I definitely was reminded of like being that young kid watching that first one. There's a couple things I won't spoil, but there's some characters we've seen before that come back and remind you that like, oh wow, that like these characters and these relationships are seemingly ongoing since we left off in 1985. And then I was just blown away by the storytelling and how it's told. The camera work and the action sequences are unbelievable, and I'm just happy to be a part of it.
A lot has changed in all of our lives, but some of these things are still in place. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, for sure.
Okay, there's Maverick, and there's all these other characters that you're alluding to, and it feels good to see it.
It does. There's something very comfortable about that, and I think we've all had a very interesting last couple of years too, of uncertainty and things feeling like what's normal, what's real, and then something like this happens. This is an actual big time movie. It's not a streamer, it's not it's not a binge, it's a movie, it's an event movie that are the kinds of things that we used to do when we were 13, 14, 15 years old. I remember my first experience with something like that, I certainly saw Top Gun at least 4 times in the theater because you had to.
Yeah.
You just wanted to do it again. And that's, I think, going to happen with this. I think people are going to see this and then immediately want to see it again.
There's also been a little bit of the waiting game for this, building up this anticipation. You shot this, I think, 4 years ago or something like that?
In 2018.
2018.
The movie was finished in 2019. It was meant to come out in 2020. Obviously, the world, stopped, and we had to put a pause on it. But the idea was this needs to be seen big and loud and on a big screen and to blow your hair back, and that's the way it's going to be seen. And I challenge anybody to not be blown away by the film.
What was the first phone call back to St. Louis like, to your buddies who saw the movie with you in '86, and you said, I'm going to be in the new Top Gun with Tom Cruise?
Well, mostly I think there was an announcement in, in the press. So I got a lot of incoming calls of like, is this real? Are you in this movie? Yeah. Before I'd shot a frame, before I'd been on set, before I went a costume fitting, anything, like, what's the deal? Well, I can't really talk about it, but yeah, it was pretty across the board, full-blown excitement. And I'm still to this, every time a trailer drops or anything comes out, I can't wait to see this movie. I can't wait to see this movie. Literally, I got an email from a friend of mine who lives, the younger brother of a kid I played baseball with and went to high school with, who bought a T-shirt. He's ready to go. This is a grown man, by the way. This is a 40-year-old man.
Sure.
Bought a T-shirt and is ready to go.
There's going to be a lot of that. You got to get ready.
I know.
I was telling you, my 12-year-old son is very excited about this, and I watched the old one. Have you thought about this is going to be a movie for those kids, the way it was for us?
Yeah.
Just this sort of extension of this
for sure. I mean,
world.
It's like we were talking about. There's a quality to certain films that makes them sort of blockbusters, right? So this is one of those things. This is one of those movies that it's not an Academy Award movie. It's not a prestige movie. This is a blockbuster, and it's for kids of a certain age. It will be memorable in a way that will be, super specific, but also just mind-blowing for them. And I think, it's hard for me to soft pedal it. I can't. It is what it is. It's going to be awesome. And that's how it's designed. It's meant to be awesome. And I just can't wait for people to see it.
It's amazing how ingrained the first movie is. When I was watching it back with my son the other night, I knew every frame almost that was coming, and despite the fact I haven't seen it in years, every pull of a cigar, every line, every cut of music, just kind of becomes a part of the conscience.
Yeah, Tony Scott did an amazing thing with that first film. Every shot is sunset, everything, it doesn't make any sense. It's how is it always sunset?
Right.
Wait, does the sun ever move? No. But just the vocabulary of it, all the guys in the helmets that are doing all the things, that are launching the planes and all the stuff. And it's so redolent of that first film, this one that we did, and Joe Kosinski, who directed it, strikes the exact balance of homage to Tony's, kind of vocabulary visually and stuff. There's the music cues that you mentioned, all of that stuff, and yet it's so of 2020, 2021, 2022 now, of the now, that it has its own life, and it's just great. It's awesome. It's amazing. There's a couple scenes in the pilot bar that they rebuilt this. They built it from scratch, this bar. It looks like it's been there for 100 years, but they built it from scratch. So much so that the Navy was like, can we keep this?
It's a good bar.
It's great.
Yeah, right on the beach.
Nothing works.
Yeah.
There's no running water or anything. But like, can we keep this? Sure.
Connect it up. Yeah. Now, how'd you avoid the beach scene, the shirtless football game?
Oh, nobody wants to see that. Thank God. I didn't have to. Watching the young kids working out for about two and a half weeks before that, I was like, enjoy. I'm gonna go get dinner.
I'll be in my uniform.
You guys, I'll be in my uniform and sunglasses.
Well, congrats, man. It's such a good film.
Thank you.
People are going to absolutely love it, whether you're 12 or our age or older.
It is for all ages.
It's so good.
Hi, I'm Savannah Guthrie.
And I'm Hoda Kotb.
Do you want the top stories in news, pop culture, celebrity interviews, cooking, and more all in one place?
We got the channel for you. Check out our 24/7 streaming channel today, all day, and make the most of your day.
I do want to ask you about Fletch.
Yes.
Confess Fletch. I was doing the research and I said, is this the same Fletch as I grew up with? And the answer is yes.
Yes and no.
So how did this come about?
It's, well, Gregory MacDonald wrote about 12 books throughout the 70s and 80s starring our man Fletch. And as you and I both know, and anybody that grew up in the 80s knows, Chevy's version of Fletch became very popular and iconic, if I can overuse that word again. Yet there are these other stories. And so it's been threatened to be rebooted for years and years and years. And finally, Miramax, who had the rights, said, well, we're doing this. Do you want to do this? And I said, yes, I do. I really do. And of course, the danger of doing anything like that, rebooting anything like that, is like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Are you going to imitate Chevy? Like, no, you can't. Chevy's Chevy. So we had to really we approached it like a cover song. Like you think, okay, well, you're not going to play it exactly the same way. You have to kind of come up with your own spin on it. And so that's what we did. And Greg Mottola, who I've worked with on several projects, is a wonderful filmmaker and a good friend. And we decided, okay, well, we're going to take it in a little bit of a different way. We're going to get back to kind of what the books were, more of a straight kind of whodunit, and really kind of lean into that, and less on the jokey wigs and teeth and funny voices and all that stuff, which is great, but is very much of Chevy's version. So we made a very cool, jazzy, interesting, more adult kind of version of it, and hopefully we'll get to make a lot more. We'll see what happens. So we're going to wait to see who is going to release it, but I'm excited for people to see that too, because my friend John Slattery's in it with me, Kyle MacLachlan. We've got a lot of Marsha Gay Harden. We've got a lot of cool people in it. It's really funny and it's really fun. It takes place in Boston and then Rome. So it's kind of got, it's got a little international flavor to it. And we're hoping to be able to make a few more of those too.
I'm sure the first thing you have to do is get Chevy's version out of your head, right?
Yeah,
because it's there for all of us.
For sure. It's a different take on it. So I'm hoping people get to see that as well coming up in the next year or so, and then we'll make some more of them.
I cannot wait to see that either. You're on a roll, man.
I'm doing what I can.
You really are. You are. It does seem like post Mad Men, everyone's gotten to see how funny you are, which your friends have always known about you. Is that a conscious thing of like 30 Rock and Kimmy and Curb and all the?
I got really lucky. I'll say this because, you know, obviously doing something like Mad Men, which is so serious and so specific. And I'll credit Lorne Michaels. Like he was the guy who said, come do the show, come do SNL, come do it 3 times, come do it, you know, whenever you want.
Before I was cast as the mysterious debonair Don Draper, I did a bunch of stuff. For example, in the early 90s, I had a guest spot on the teen sitcom Late for Class. I played the new kid at school, Bonzo. I think we have a clip of it. Check it out.
Oh no, I forgot about the quiz.
You better not cheat off me, Trevor.
Hey Bonzo, did you hear? We have a quiz in geography.
Lower your voice. Show a little respect. You panic every time there's a quiz as if it really matters. You go through life like a cockroach in the dirt. You people make me sick.
That was the person that gave me the intro to Tina Fey on 30 Rock, and that was what got me Kimmy Schmidt, and then, you know, introduced me to Larry David and that whole world. So I'm tremendously lucky to be able to play on both sides of the aisle, and I'm I'll give all credit to Lorne Michaels for that.
Is it fun to step into those worlds?
For sure.
And show off, like, you saw Don Draper,
sure.
you saw all that stuff, but here I am this way.
Well, and getting to meet and work with people like Kristen Wiig on Bridesmaids or Bill Hader on Barry or whatever, you know, it's like there's so many phenomenally talented people that come through that building, you know, and to get a chance to work with them is great.
I was watching you in Bridesmaids this morning where you go, I really want you to leave.
It's so good. That was a fun one. That was a fun one.
It's so good. Mad Men's been off the air for 7 years now, I think.
That's right.
You've got some distance from it. Have you been able to process what a whirlwind that was
Well,
and what an impact it had on your life?
Yes, yeah, for sure. We just lost an all-star in Bobby Morse this week.
Yeah.
Working with him and kind of thinking back to what a career that man had. And the funny thing for me is, like, I see Kiernan Shipka every now and again.
Mm-hmm.
And she's now 22 years old.
Yeah.
And when I started working with her, she was 6. So it's literally like, that is marking the passage of time for me. It's like, okay, this person, she's going to get married, she's going to have kids, like this crazy like whirlwind. I've known you since you were 6. It's, you know, she played my daughter, but it feels like she is my daughter. It's very strange. But yeah, getting that distance from it has been fun, honestly. Like it's fun to look back on that show and be reminded of what a great thing we made. I got a lovely text from a friend of mine, Annie Clark, also known as St. Vincent, the other day, who said, just on an airplane and I was watching the show, and it's so good. It's so good. I get one of those every 2-3 months from somebody, and it's a good reminder. Yeah, we made something great, and not a lot of people can say that, and it's important when you have done something like that to remember it.
It's that was 2007 when it started, and people forget we hadn't been in the streaming world and all that. We had Sopranos and The Wire and a few of those shows. The show was great, but there was no guarantee it was going to take off.
We shot the pilot in 2005, I think, or 2006, and then it was a year before we shot the second one. We didn't know if we were going to get picked up.
Right.
We didn't know if we were going to make a second episode. So then it debuted, and it was a hit. People were gaga for it, which was great. But we didn't know if we were going to get a second season. You know, it was that kind of thing. It was very, we'll see. AMC didn't really have a history of making television.
Right.
They weren't really sure the funding. They were trying to figure out how to finance this thing. It was not an inexpensive show to make. It was period. It took place in New York City, even though we're shooting in LA. We build all these sets. So it was very, piecemeal in how it came together. And then once it finally did, and we achieved the kind of critical mass of critics and all the other stuff. Okay, we started winning awards. Okay, here it is. Now we're Emmy Award winning and all the other stuff. Well, okay, now we're going to get another season. Might not get 2 more seasons, but we'll see. And then all of a sudden it went for 7 seasons, and that's a success that very few people get to experience. And I'm eternally grateful for it, but it's a unicorn in a lot of ways.
It obviously changed your career, but it changed your life too. I remember seeing you at the 2012, one of the political conventions in Charlotte. And we were in the lobby of a hotel's group of people, and someone came up and asked for a picture with you, height of Mad Men, and you trained them one person, and it was this thing. And I went, wow, that's like a different way to go through life.
It was a change. It's certainly a change. It's definitely, you think like, and politics is a perfect way to put it, because I remember meeting Al Gore at one point, and he said, the selfies have taken 5 years out of my life. Just because in the old days, you shake hands and move on. That's it. Maybe you got a little Purell. That's all you got to worry about. And now it's a picture, it's a this, it's a let's do. And of course you don't want to be, rude.
Yeah.
But there's also, there's only so many minutes in the day. And you talk about that thing where it's like, it's one person and then it's 2 people.
Now
and
it's
then
okay
it's
because
3,000.
one person got it. Yeah. Yeah. And your rest of your day is in that
That's
lobby.
the rest of your day.
Yeah. But seems to me you've sort of managed it pretty well, right? You've had that moment, but you live regularly.
I think like you learn to prioritize everything, right? So everything has its compartment, and like if you're going into a place where that's part of the equation, then you have to kind of dial that up. And if you can remove yourself from those things, but if you go to Madison Square Garden, you're gonna get mobbed. That's the way it is. So you just got to manage those expectations.
So what do you have we've got Fletch coming, Top Gun, Maverick's going to be huge. As you look at the sort of future and the horizon of your career, what's still out there that you want to do?
Man, I don't know. I've been so lucky, I've been so fortunate to do, like I said, to work on both sides of the aisle, comedy and drama, work with all the people that I want to work with. My friend John Slattery just made a movie starring me and Tina Fey. We shot that last fall. That's going to come out at some point. I don't know. I just like to keep my head on a swivel and my eyes open and be aware when those opportunities come my way that I don't miss them.
Well, it's guided you pretty well, right?
So far, so
Wouldn't
good.
you say?
Yeah.
Congratulations on everything.
Thanks.
People are going to freak out about Top Gun. It's so good.
I think they're going to like it.
Good to see you, man.
It's good to see you.
Okay, this is our conference room. Believe it or not, this was my dining table.
Is that true?
It is true.
You really are a scrappy organization.
Scarlett Johansson has been scrappy from the start, on screen, and now in business, with the launch of her skincare line, The Outset.
I want to talk about The Outset a lot. I'm here for the eye cream.
Great.
The Colin Jost eye cream, as I understand it.
That's how it's commonly known as, yeah.
But let's start, if we can, with Asteroid City.
Sure.
Which is an amazing Wes Anderson film. Beautiful to look at, as all of his stuff is.
My word, it's hot.
Johansson plays Midge Campbell, a 1950s movie star forced to quarantine in the fictional desert town of Asteroid City.
You were very good in the one about the tramp in the brothel who gets amnesia and becomes a pediatrician. You were very authentic.
Actually, maybe my favorite character I've ever
I don't know why nobody else liked it.
Oh.
So what is that phone call like when Wes says, not only do I want you in the movie, but I wrote a part for you?
It's like a career dream goal, definitely. I was very excited to read a script in its entirety of his, which I'd never had the chance to do. And it was in the middle of COVID, right in the middle of COVID, so I was not expecting to get any calls about work. I'd sort of, just kind of had taken a bit of a pause, I guess. It was a time that felt all over the place. And so I read the script, and I play a few different characters in this film. So I play an actor who's playing an actor who's also preparing a play. So there was a lot to discuss. I had to wrap my head around.
I don't like the way that guy looked at us, the alien.
Well, how did he look
like
at
we're
us?
doomed.
Maybe we are.
As with every Wes Anderson movie, there may be no point exactly into asking what it's about, because it's kind of an experience. But how do you describe this film to people who are thinking about going to see it?
The film is really sort of exploration in existentialism. It's, I think, a film that's it's very reflective of where Wes is at, I think, in his life and career. The fact that it was written and developed during the quarantine time is definitely baked in there. It's very self-reflective, and I think it's also a celebration of creativity and the nomadic circus that actors create around themselves. That is something that I think it comes up in Wes's work a lot, that real fondness and celebration of that environment.
So how do you describe the Wes Anderson experience? It's so cool to look at, obviously, and fun to watch. All of his films are. But on the other side of it, as an actor, what does that mean? How is it different from other things you've done?
Well, I think Wes's love of that nomadic circus is really, it's also represented in the environment that he creates on set. We were very isolated in a town called Chinchon, which is in Spain, in an agricultural area. Really never left our compound where we were all staying, and this whole world was created on a watermelon farm. So all the earth and all the mountains and everything were brought in and built, this practical set in the middle of nothing, and just agricultural land. And so it was very surreal, but also so magical. It was so unique. I've never experienced. I'd say doing theater is maybe the closest thing that I could describe it to, liken it to. It's such a beautiful family that he surrounds himself with, of family he chooses.
So let's talk about Midge specifically.
Mm-hmm.
You read her on the page. Did you get her right away? What did you think about the character?
I actually had to read it a couple of times. My character, Midge, is a movie star. She is beloved. She is kind of narcissistic and self-involved in I think a way that's that's very alluring and enigmatic, and she's aware that she's constantly being watched. That's just an ingredient in her life that's always there, and and she doesn't mind that at all. And she's, we looked at just what actors I could kind of hang my hat on, and of that era, whose career could we emulate. And I think Bette Davis was who we both liked, and I just love her. I love her whole spirit and her vulnerability, her strength, her groundedness. Like, she feels to me, very authentic, and so that's who we kind of based her on.
So this role came to you at a complicated time for you as well, to say the least.
It wasn't initially that complicated. Initially, it was wide open and great. But as we waited for the window of time to shoot because of COVID and all the regulations, I got pregnant, and I was very happy to be pregnant. But I knew that I had this obligation to shoot this film, and nonetheless, I at some point had to tell Wes that I was pregnant, because I thought, I guess this isn't going to push for as long as I need it to. And in true Wes fashion, he was so excited that I was pregnant. He said, "How long do you think you're going to need post birth?" And I said, "I don't know, maybe like, I guess 8 weeks or something." So on my 8-week postpartum date, I was flying to Spain, and with my young, 8-week-old baby and Colin. And so that was another added piece to the experience that was it was wonderful. I mean, it was so wonderful. It was challenging, but it was also completely unexpected. And, I felt so fortunate and grateful to be able to still be able to participate, and then I got to bring my infant baby to the table, and he could be held by Adrian Brody and Willem Dafoe and Bryan Cranston and everybody else. So.
The stories he will have, his earliest babysitters, all Academy Award winners.
That's right. Yeah.
Johansson's own story begins in New York's Greenwich Village, where she grew up with dreams of starring in the Broadway musicals she saw with her mother. She began to audition and landed her first film role at just 9 years old in Rob Reiner's North. After working steadily as a child actress, Johansson was thrust into adult stardom by her performance alongside Bill Murray in the acclaimed 2003 movie Lost in Translation.
I just don't know what I'm supposed to be.
I forgot how young you were when you made that. I mean, 17, you're a high school kid, basically being thrust into this world. Was that a hard thing to have that many eyes on you and to be treated now as an adult effectively after that movie?
I mean, I think just being that age is hard anyway. I felt like I was at a crossroads at that time, because Lost in Translation had come out, and Girl with a Pearl Earring, and I did some very exciting work, but then I felt like the work that was out there, for me anyway, was not, it was sort of uninspired, and I didn't know, I thought, I don't want to do work that's uninspiring. Like, I would rather do some other thing.
She found the fire again on Broadway, starring and winning a Tony Award in the 2010 revival of A View from the Bridge.
Which sort of brings it full circle, the song and dance and the performance in your living room with your family.
Yeah.
Not only to come to Broadway and do Arthur Miller, but to win a Tony Award. That must have been thrilling.
It was thrilling. Our production was so incredibly received, and feel totally welcomed by this amazing community I admired for my entire life, and feel that thrill of being on stage every night, and the unexpected, have that, it's so exciting, and makes you feel like alive, And
then it's the same year, I think it's the same year as the play that Black Widow and Iron Man 2 come along, right?
Right.
By a twist of fate, all of a sudden now you're in the Marvel universe. So you're at this crossroads where like, I don't know what I'm doing, to winning a Tony, and now you're in a Marvel movie, and then a bunch that came after that.
Right.
What did the Marvel movies do to your career and your life, just in terms of like joining this world that people are so invested in and so many people are aware of and watch it?
Yeah.
How much fun was that to be a part of?
I didn't know whether I would be accepted by this massive fan base that was already there. It was so early days in that genre. I mean, the way that it was then, it was just the beginning. I mean, we were on the set of Avengers going, this is either going to be, we're having an amazing time with all these incredible actors, and yet we don't, this could be really awful. I mean, it's so crazy. I remember going, there's a Nordic god, we have a mutant, this like rich playboy turned robot guy, I'm a Russian spy. It was just like, this is a recipe for disaster. Somebody that's been frozen in ice and comes out. It's like, but then here we are.
So this is home.
Yeah, that's a home away from home.
When Johansson is not on set, she's here, in the offices of The Outset, the skincare company she co-founded just over a year ago.
This is our best-selling sort of trio. It's our cleanser, our prep serum, and our daily moisturizer.
I'm just realizing I don't do enough. I have no night creams.
What?
I don't have. No.
But you're on camera all the time.
I know. I need to get more serious about my career.
Well, I know.
So what compelled you to take on this challenge?
Since I was probably 12, 13 years old, have struggled with acne. And when I was younger, it was all about sort of stripping away your skin and, basically resurface your entire face. And at some point I was like, I have to kind of just stop everything and just try something else, which was just using very clean, moisturizing products and stop stripping everything away. And that's when my skin completely transformed.
So is it true that Colin is a big proponent of the eye cream?
Yes.
That's his thing?
Colin was our eye cream connoisseur. I never used eye cream before, and Colin uses it every day. And so I thought, well, why don't, since, it was during COVID and I didn't have so many people to test it on in my... Colin became our eye cream expert.
Wow.
And I got him to switch to the Outset eye cream. So.
And he looks great. He's never looked better. So youthful.
He is. He's like de-aging. It's very annoying.
Look at you. You're doing it all. And with a toddler at home. I mean, it's all very impressive.
I mean, I'm sure I left the oven on or whatever. But, yeah.
story of Niall Horan's life is one of an Irish teenager thrust to worldwide fame as a member of the biggest group on the planet.
Let's go crazy, crazy, crazy till we see the sun.
Horan and his bandmates in One Direction flew to the top of the charts, filling stadiums around the world and selling more than 70 million albums.
I remember thinking, right, I've just been through the craziest thing that could possibly happen to someone.
And he was not certain about what was waiting on the other side of that dizzying phenomenon.
Scary prospect, obviously, coming off the back of the band. I just had to keep it going. I wanted to make music and just had to trust it.
That trust has paid off in a successful solo career. Horan's latest album is called The Show, a record created when he finally was forced to slow down.
So it's the summer of 2020. Take me back to that time for you. And you're trying to put out new music. You've just had your second album come out in March of that year.
True, yeah.
And you're getting ready to go on a tour. Of course, everything is canceled, except you don't have your instruments.
All my gear was locked away. We were just about to go on tour in that April. All my guitars had left my house. They were all boxed up in a lockup somewhere, ready to go to the first show. And it was just me and the piano and in the house.
So when you sat down at that piano, were you doing that to start to write a new album, or was that just something to sort of pass the time and get through this bizarre moment?
Well, I'm always kind of just like noodling anyway. You know, you just kind of sit down there and play around, sing some melodies, play some chords, and hope for the best. And then if it doesn't come, it doesn't come. That's when I wrote that and sung the first couple of lines, and the lyrics came out. I was like, maybe this is the time now, and maybe this is the start of a record.
If everything was easy, nothing ever broke. If everything was simple, how would we know?
The Show is the title. Let's start there. What does that mean? What is The Show?
Well, it didn't mean anything until I wrote the song, The Show. The lyric in the song, The Show, is basically me saying how grateful I should feel for everything. Because during the pandemic, we kind of lost all of that control that we like to have as humans. The show then became a metaphor for life in my head. Like, you know, the different acts throughout. And then straight away, once I'd written that song, I realized, all right, well, there's a title for a record. And now that title provokes thoughts, you know, that make up the different spokes of the wheel of life. And that's kind of where it started from.
There's a weightiness, or some of the subject matter is heavy, despite the sort of some of pop sound to some of it anyway. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think it's very fair. There's a weightiness to it in a different way than my previous stuff. Like, I tend to be the guy that writes the breakup songs, and literally my last album was called Heartbreak Weather. And I've tended to be that guy, but when there's no heartbreak, the subject matter changes. And what was going on in the world, I just gotten into a new relationship, so that was good. But then there was the other side of things, where the weight of the world that was 2020 and the time I was writing down notes, you know, that's what was going on the planet. I tend to try and write with a bit of weight, but my songs always seem to have some sort of like a silver lining to them. I tend to try and have, like, as dark as they sound, I try and make them have a bit of uplift and a bit of hope somewhere along the line.
You're a big vinyl guy?
Yeah. I think it's because of what I grew up on.
The 29-year-old Horan grew up in Mullingar, Ireland, about an hour outside of Dublin. He was raised on bands like the Eagles and Fleetwood Mac, and taught himself to play the guitar.
I probably didn't properly start playing until I was probably 10, 11 maybe. There was a guitar in the house that I was given as a gift to someone, and they never played it. So it was like this little nylon stringed, kind of Spanishy type guitar. And it was just sitting around, and I would was at the start of like the broadband dial-up connection. So when everyone was not using the landline, I was like sitting on YouTube, and I've still to this day never had a guitar lesson or anything like this. But I would sit on YouTube, watch songs that I liked, like guys playing covers on them on YouTube, and like pause when they'd like set their fingers
really
on the frets.
Wow.
And just like see where their fingers were. So to this day, I couldn't tell you more than about 6 chords.
At 16, and with no formal training, Horan was convinced by his high school French teacher to audition for the British singing competition, The X Factor.
I think you're unprepared. I think you came with the wrong song. You're not as good as you thought you were.
Despite a rocky start, the judges put Horan through, later teaming him up with Louis Tomlinson, Zayn Malik, Liam Payne, and Harry Styles to form One Direction. They finished in 3rd place, but that was just the beginning.
What Makes You Beautiful went #1 first week. And then there was a bit of noise around Europe, and we went over to Europe, and it was like thousands of screaming girls in the streets of Amsterdam and Milan and, you know, Berlin and places like this. And it was like, what's going on? We were just on a network TV show a couple of weeks ago. And then it started, a bit of noise started coming from over here, and then it just snowballed, and it snowballed very fast. And the rest is history, I suppose.
Yeah. So how does a teenage boy, and you were boys, how do you begin to wrap your head around what's happening? You come from a humble place, you've got your family and friends who mean so much to you, and all of a sudden, the streets are filled with people screaming your name. How do you begin to cope with that?
Everyone was just in a state of shock the whole time. Like, looking at the first billboard in Times Square, you're like, Times Square? I've seen that in the movies, you know? There's always a bit of like, where are we? How do we do this? I think that was what was attracted a lot of people to the band. I think it was very clear that it was 5 working class, blue collar kids who were just the deer in the headlights and are now like these worldwide known people. We have to remember, it was us, our team, our bubble around us, and we just kind of went from place to place worldwide and just kind of went along with it. If you're looking in, it must have looked crazy, you know, and everyone's going, you're the biggest band. And we were just kind of still having a great time. And just, we always used to say, like, normal people doing an abnormal job, which is a good outlook to have. Remember one of the stadium tours was called Where We Are Tour, because we always used to be like, look where we are. It was literally named because we were just always like, what the hell's going on? And every now and then you catch yourself just like looking at each other, just going, this is nuts. Like on stage at like the MetLife or the Garden, or, you know, you'd have a moment every now and then. It was just like, this is nuts. Thankfully, that's never gotten old. I love it.
You keep that wonder about you. Yeah. Anybody who knows you says you're obviously an extraordinary artist, but you're a normal guy. You know, you can sit and have a pint and jump in there and sing karaoke. Is that just your foundation, your family, your friends, just keeping grounded in all of that?
You just have to have the right people around you and keep friends and family close, and don't let any infiltrations or anything like that happen. And then just be yourself. I think people can see through the BS sometimes.
As you look back on it now, these years later, does it feel like a dream or something? Or how do you look at it now as a
I think I've been able to, I think that was what was important about the pandemic for me too. It was, as I said, it was the first time I'd sat still. With that comes reflection and like just actually sitting and just going like, what's just happened for the last 10 years? This is the first time I've actually had to like think about the achievements and the tours, and the fact that I can say that we played like 2 years of stadiums is just nuts. Not many people can say that at all. In the most humble way, I say that. So having that period to just like sit back and be like, oh my God, it nearly feels like it's like a separate life now that I'm like a bit older and a bit, you know, I've solved the world now. I'm so mature now.
You're a wise man.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I definitely have a wiser, like, and a good outlook on things looking back. I didn't lose the plot along the way. I'm not a Hollywood horror story.
Right, right. Horan has imparted some of that wisdom during his first season as a coach on The Voice, where he won the competition with singer Gina Miles.
You are
unbelievable.
How much fun has that been for you?
Oh, it's been great. Like, I was nervous going into it, you know, having come from a show like that.
Right.
I was like, do I want to go back into something like that? I've never mentored anyone before, but it was the best decision I made. It's so much fun.
I bet you have incredible empathy for the people on that
Oh,
side of it, having been there before.
For sure, yeah. I know exactly what it's like to stand there and like have your future in some famous bloke's hands, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm the famous dude with the future in the hand.
With 3 albums under his belt, Horan has shown he can stand alone, away from the boys in the band.
Went back to London and I just had to trust that. I guess the biggest thing for me was I knew I could write a song. How good was the next question? I had a fan base that if I was to release something, there was a fan base there to receive in some shape or form. You know, some people would hang on to it and some people wouldn't, whatever it may be. I just had to kind of trust that I could write a song and that if I was to release something, some people would be there to take it on. How long it was going to last, again, we never know.
You had the advantage of a built-in fan base, as you said, but also it seems to me the challenge of some people wanting to just put you in that box and say, they're boy banders, that was a moment in time. You had to prove yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think there's always a level of trying to prove yourself. Like, it's so competitive out there. It's not easy to just go and like write a song, release it, and just be convinced that it's just going to do well. Like, that's never a guarantee, ever. It's still not. But there's definitely an element of, right, I'm going to put my best foot forward here, try and give everything I can in performances, be myself in interviews, and then the rest is just like up to the people. It's the great thing about music these days is that power is in people's hands. They'll make the decisions on whether you stick around or not. And then hopefully you write a good song here and there and there's a bit of longevity to it. I've been doing it for, 14 years now. I really hope it doesn't stop anytime soon.
No, I think you're in good shape, my friend.
Thanks.
I think it's, yeah.
I've never done this behind a bar.
I know you're slinging it pretty well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I like a little bit of a kick, put some tahini on the rim. I know it's early, but whatever. Here you go, Willie.
Maren, thank you so much. I'm honored. Cheers.
Cheers.
A toast to the end of a tour where Maren Morris sold out venues across the country and mixed up